Our next presentation is by Abel Chauhan.
Good morning, everyone. Today I am going to present a paper on quantitative evaluation of courtyard's effectiveness in mitigating urban heat island effect and its impact on energy consumption. The aim of this research is to understand the importance of courtyards in architecture through literature review, to analyze effects of courtyards on energy consumption by HVAC, to check whether the courtyards can be helpful in mitigating heat island effect. Out of all the strategies, why courtyards? Because it is important for occupants. It provides outer space with privacy, place where people can connect to each other, and it is a space for activities like exercise and hobbies. And as courtyards are common in extreme weathers, probably provide thermal well-being. It has always been important for architects, as it gave freedom for architect to use natural and rustic material. Also gave opportunity to introduce landscapes within the building. The courtyards and architecture. It is present in the building since humans started building settlements. Most ancient civilizations like Mesopotamian and Egyptian were using courtyard designs for houses. In Italy and in Rome, the courtyards were further improved by addition of plants, fountains, and even converting them into atriums. Size, shape, and the material of the courtyard changed as per their use and scale of the building. Courtyards in India. Courts were present in India since ancient civilizations in the Indus Valley. In ancient dwellings, it had walls on three sides and house on one side. Most of the Indian settlers preferred to live in close vicinity with neighbors, roads, and markets. Hence, most settlements are of high density, where the courts help to provide an outdoor private space. Courtyards as passive strategy. Different type of courtyards built in China, Middle East, North Africa, South Europe help to mitigate the effect of harsh weather conditions. On many occasions in arid climates, courts are combined with water ponds or vegetations or porous facade to control the microclimate. A research done on traditional brick building in Iran showed that the courts help to reduce indoor temperatures. Courtyards and energy. Energy efficiency is crucial to reduce emission of greenhouse gases and to avoid climate disaster. Buildings have the second largest share in electricity consumption. In buildings, 40% to 60% of the total energy is used for space conditioning in European countries and in the USA. To save energy, we first need to implement passive measures before active measures. And in passive measures, firstly, the measures which doesn't involve manufacturing and transportation. This will reduce the carbon footprint. Also, passive measures can be useful to overcome efficiency limitations of active measures. Passive strategies like sun shading, double skin facade, interior garden, water features, atrium space and courtyards can be analyzed for their effects. Why courtyards and not atriums? Passive architectural design, main strategies are orientation of the building, courts and atriums. Researchers compared energy consumption by HVAC by atrium buildings and courtyard buildings in various locations. Here in the table, we can see that the atrium provide better results in cold areas and courts in hot. As per our location, courts will be analyzed. So two models were built. This model compared HVAC consumption of these two shown buildings and model to compare internal air temperature of the central room of these two models. The specifications were of a standard Indian residential apartment with 9-inch brick external wall, 6-inch internal wall, 10 mm clear glass, 6-inch RCC slab with waterproof. The HVAC system applied was DX package terminal air conditioning with the COP of 3.5. Window to wall ratio is kept as 20% for all external walls with a zero point 0.6 meter deep fixed shading device. All the simulations were run for New Delhi location. The layout contains 50% of the spaces with daytime occupancy and rest 50% with nighttime occupancy. After the simulation, the results showed that 5% decrease in per capita energy consumption for the model with courtyard. This shows that the courtyard helps to reduce energy consumption by HVAC. When internal temperatures in central areas of a residential complex compared in model 2, the result showed that the courtyard model achieved 300 less hours with temperatures above 30 degrees. So this proves that courtyard helps to keep the central area temperature under control. So reasons for this reduction in HVAC energy and overall internal temperature could be extra exposed surface than the courtyard model, because when we moved the blocks up, it exposed few more surfaces. Then shading effect of the courtyard. We can see that the casted shadows are increased in model with court and the wind shade achieved during extreme hours of heat. For further research, a hypothesis that courtyards help to mitigate heat island effect can be made based on these results. Further study and experiments need to be done to explore the contributions of different parameters like ratio of courtyards width to building's height, material of courtyard, shape and orientation of the courtyard, etc. Further layers of passive strategies like court shading, humidification, addition of water body and landscape can be added to a courtyard, and its effect on heat gain and evidently on energy consumption by HVAC system can be analyzed. To understand the role of air movement in courtyard, CFD analysis can be done. Thank you.
Our next presenter is architect Aditi Mahajan.
Good morning. I'm architect Aditi Mahajan, presenting integrating technology for assessment of energy performance in building design in introvert platforms. The advent of technology has given pace to execution of abstract concepts and forms in the modern era. There is extensive use of this technology being made in the structural context and engineering domain, but the same technology is still not widely used in the architectural domain with respect to assessment of energy performance in introvert platforms with aid of simulation tools. The fundamental thrust of architecture is governed by the users, that is, the people using the space internally and the people perceiving the space externally. This eventually leading to the dependency of building design on characteristics of people. As per human psychology, these characteristics of people are broadly categorized into two forms, extroverts and introverts. The same system of categorization further adopted into architectural design known as introvert planning and extrovert planning. The extrovert platforms, majorly looking outward, have large open space and exposed surface area which pave the way for excessive amount of direct solar heat gain, leading to conspicuous conclusion of extensive energy demands in case of extrovert platforms. Hence, the scope of study for this paper majorly focuses on introvert platforms. This paper attempts to study the energy requirements for both the types of introvert platforms, that is, scattered introvert platforms and compact introvert platforms, to assess them on the parameters of direct solar heat gain from facades and requirement of energy for cooling load. The paper focuses on analysis of two base cases which constitute the two aspects of introvert planforms. The base cases are not executed projects but are hypothetical models with the same geographic coordinates in the simulation database. This aids in the study and analysis of energy patterns of both cases in the same climatic context of Chandrapur district, Maharashtra, India. The overall area requirements and building envelope material is considered similar in both the cases. The simulation will be conducted based on placing these two planform models in the software with predetermined weather file of Chandrapur district. Case 1 depicting the scattered introvert planform and case 2 depicting the compact introvert planform. The introvert planform signifies inward-looking spaces, generally with the central spine of open space. The major openings facing inward, forming a closely connected secure central space. The same definition has been applied in both cases, considering a slight difference in the pattern of placement. In case 1, scattered introvert planform, the placement of all blocks is discrete with clear segregation of each block with the central spine of circulation space. While in case 2, compact introvert planform, the placement of blocks is in modular pattern and there is less distinctive segregation of each unit. As stated above, Table 2 depicts the view and planform of case 1, that is scattered introvert planform, and Table 3 depicts the view of planform of case 2, compact introvert planform. The total built-up area considered for case 1 is 300 square meter and for case 2 is 314 square meter, keeping the similar volumetric requirements for both the cases in the simulation tool. All the data inputs for the software considering the materials, activity type, occupant load have been kept same. Table 4 and Table 5 depict the results for heat gain analysis for both the cases of introvert plans. The red band depicts the conduction of solar radiation, that is the movement of heat from one object to another. The green band depicts the soul air. The soul air temperature is defined as the outside air temperature, which in the absence of solar radiation would give the same temperature distribution rate of heat transfer through a wall as it exists due to the combined effects of actual outdoor temperature distribution plus incident solar radiation. The yellow band depicts the direct solar heat gains on the base model. The focus of the paper remains confined to study the variation in the direct solar heat gain in both the platforms, as the energy requirement is directly proportional to amount of solar radiations received by the model. The yellow band in Table 4 denotes the direct solar heat gain, which is 11% in case of scattered introvert planform. As the placement of units is segregated, there is greater surface exposure to the solar radiations, due to which the heat gain trapped is more, and this creates the demand for greater cooling loads, in turn leading to greater energy requirements. The yellow band in Table 5 denotes the direct solar heat gain for compact introvert planforms, which can be seen optimized to 2%. As the modular assembly of the units has been closely spaced, there is lesser surface area exposure, which is leading to the reduced direct solar heat gain. The reduction in intensity of solar heat gains directly leads to the reduction in requirement of energy needs. The conclusion being, the work presented in the paper is aimed at contributing the validity of familiar facts in architectural domain with infusion of technology. That is, the basic set of information that we possess states that reduced surface area exposure leads to reduced solar heat gain, which is a known or familiar fact. But the validation and testing of such familiar fact with help of technology is not extensively incorporated with respect to climatic context in the field of architecture. That there is extensive reduction in the solar heat gain in compact introvert platforms, leading to optimum energy requirements in the second case. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Kavya Priya.
I welcome you all to my presentation on Retrofuturism of Skills in Architecture, Design, Planning and Innovation 2021. The topic of my presentation is Influence of Greeneries in Controlling Urban Heat Stress in Tropical Regions. This is a combined work of myself, architect U. Kavya Priya, and my research coordinator, Dr. Sendul Ramalingam from SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Kattangulattur, Chennai. So we all know that in recent decades, the major problem faced by the urban cities are heat stress increase and temperature increase due to population increase and urban sprawl. As a result of this population increase, green areas and permeable surfaces are constantly replaced by impermeable surfaces. That in turn affects the health and well-being of the urban people. Decreasing the heat stress is one major objective faced by the designers and planners of the urban areas. Urban greening is one of the compelling ways to mitigate many urban-related problems. Hence, it is essential to understand the cooling performance of various urban green infrastructures in reducing the heat stress and controlling the microclimate of the surrounding environment. This paper discusses the effect of landscape elements on the microclimatic parameters of the urban environment. So what is a tropical climate? According to Köppen climate classification, based on the temperature and precipitation cycle, the tropical climate are the regions where the temperature during the coldest month is equal to or above 18 degrees Celsius in average. This climate classification expresses a close relationship between vegetation distribution and climate. According to this climate, heat remains one of the major problems where the air conditioning systems are widely used for providing a cool and comfortable environment that becomes the root cause of heat stress in tropical areas. So what are the parameters of temperature control in tropical regions? For outdoor, it is physiological equivalent temperature, mean radiant temperature, standard effective temperature and air temperature that describes the microclimate of the outdoor spaces, whereas for indoor, it is heat flux, relative humidity, surface temperature and air temperature. So what are the different types of urban green infrastructures that has influence over the urban areas? The major were the trees, green walls and the green roofs, and in general we can see trees, shrubs, grasses, forest, green walls, green roofs, and we can also include water bodies as an urban green infrastructure. Let's see what is the role of tree. The role of tree is in urban environment is majorly oriented towards the outdoor environment. It mostly influences the pedestrian level of comfort and contributes to greater level for the mitigation of urban heat island. Whereas the vertical greening systems are the one that the influences over the indoors and the building envelopes. Vertical greening systems are the one where the vegetation grown on vertical building surfaces or the vertical support structures. This can be classified into three types: direct, indirect, and living wall, based on the type of structure or based on the type of surfaces it grows. The direct system is the one that climbs directly on the building surface, whereas the indirect system are the one where it depends on support structures. Living walls are the one where it depends on panels, modules, or blankets. And next is the green roof. Green roofs are plants grown on flat or sloped roof of the building. It can be classified into two types, extensive and intensive green roofs, based on the thickness of the substrate. Intensive one is the one with the deeper substrate and larger plants, whereas extensive is the one with shallow substrate and smaller plants. So let's see what are the mechanisms by which vegetation control the thermal comfort of the outdoor spaces. The major mechanisms were shading, evapotranspiration, insulation, and wind barrier effect. Shading is the process of interception and absorption of solar radiation by various layers of plants, whereas evapotranspiration is the combined phenomenon of evaporation and transpiration of various parts of the plants and substrates. Insulation effect is when the vegetation acts as an insulating layer between two areas, reducing the heat transfer and heat flux. Wind effect is a mechanism in which the vegetation causes variation in the movement and direction of the wind speed. So we can see various mechanisms like transpiration, respiration, absorption, interception, and shading of the plants. This is one such example. Next, we move on to the quantity of temperature control by various green landscape elements on various parameters. The first one is the mean radiant temperature. That trees had influence over the temperature based on the coverage. 70% coverage reduced up to 4.16, whereas 40 to 70% coverage of medium canopy had 2.4 degrees Celsius of reduction. Whereas in green walls and green roofs, green walls had temperature reduction on up to 12.8, whereas green roofs had temperature reduction of up to 10 degrees Celsius on the mean radiant temperature. Next we'll see on the physiological equivalent temperature and standard effective temperature, which are thermal indices of thermal comfort in outdoor spaces. Trees with 10% coverage reduced PET by 0.8, whereas 70% tree coverage had 2.6 degrees Celsius reduction. It also exhibited 10.5 degrees Celsius and 4.4 degrees Celsius reduction in PET and SCT in certain cases. It was observed that the percentage coverage of trees and their evapotranspiration rate are the main factors influencing MRT and PET. So these graphs denotes the various level of influence of different types of greening in MRT, PET, and SCT reduction. Next, we'll move on to outdoor and indoor surface temperature. So mostly these surface temperature denotes the building envelope's temperature on indoors and outdoors. So here the green walls and green roofs plays an important role rather than trees. Indirect green facade had maximum temperature reduction of 9.59 degrees Celsius in Sri Lanka, whereas living wall had greater reduction of up to 10 degrees Celsius in Singapore. Whereas green roofs reduced up to 18 degrees and 30 degrees Celsius based on the type of extensive and intensive system used. Whereas in indoors, interior surface temperature was reduced up to 3.5 degrees Celsius using indirect green facade system and up to 4 degrees Celsius using living wall system. So this graph denotes the temperature influence of various elements on indoors and outdoor surface temperature. Next, we move on to the air temperature. The air temperature in outdoors are majorly controlled by the trees with different level of coverage by up to 2.1 and 1.9 degrees Celsius. Mature trees had much reduction than the immature trees. Trees with higher leaf area index when combined with cool albedo materials exhibited more contribution in temperature reduction. Parks with vegetation had greater reduction when compared to the other areas like market, lakefront, or open grasslands. When built-up areas placed closer to green spaces, it had a higher level of temperature reduction. Next, we'll see indoor air temperature. As we saw, the indoor temperatures were majorly controlled by the vertical greening systems. So hence, we can see here a temperature reduction of up to 11.9 degrees Celsius in indoor observed in case of living wall system. Application of ventilation are also contributed to increased air temperature in addition to the landscape elements. With ventilation, the temperature decrease was much more than without ventilation case. Different species had different temperature reduction on both indoor and outdoor areas based on the characteristics of the species. So the chart, this chart depicts again the type of greening system influence on indoor and outdoor air temperature. So we can finally conclude that landscape, especially trees, green walls, and green roofs, can reduce the urban occupants' heat stress, but their strategic arrangement and design is very much important. The range of impact varied in various results as we discussed. This is due to the plant species selection, their characteristics, density of the foliage of the plant, percentage of coverage, orientation of the plant species, type of the construction system used, and amount of incident radiation and wind speed. The plant with more coverage, higher leaf area index, higher canopy density and evapotranspiration had major temperature reduction. The orientation that received higher solar radiation had a higher temperature reduction, which appears to be in order of west, south, east, and north for tropical climates. The increase in humidity, though causes discomfort, it can be overtaken by the appropriate use of ventilation system. And finally, for outdoor areas, trees had major influence, and for indoor, the vertical greening system had more influence in temperature control. These are the references used. I would like to thank my research coordinator, Dr. Sendal, and the team of Retrofuturism of Skills in Architecture, Design, Planning, and Innovation for their support. I finally would like to thank Symbiosis School of Architecture for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Our next presentation is Bangladesh.
A very good afternoon to all of you. At dawn, because of centuries of an evolutionary process, the morphology and the grain have developed over ages through knowledge transfer, reflecting a set of varying physical and non-physical determinant forces such as geology, topography, climate, religion, socio-cultural values, as also the economics, technology, and political factors. The settlement pattern refers to the geometric form and shape of the built spaces, which reflect the topographical and the environmental responses. The settlement performance can thus be analyzed at three distinct levels: macro, the settlement level; meso, the building level; and micro, the building component level. The typical performance assessment is thus a function of geology, geography at the macro level, while the meso-evolution is in response to the regional climatic aspects and vernacular contexts at the micro stages. The paper attempts to establish an hypothesis that for a given climate zone characteristics, locations with similar which are strongly governed by material, resource technology, and cultural aspects. The micro-level passive strategies are distinctly vernacular to the region. For this, we have considered the hot and dry climate as one of the zones for study. The typical characteristics of the zone can be briefly listed as two distinct seasons, extreme summers and chilly winters. Very hot, dry air with diurnal range of more than 20 degrees Celsius. Very low humidity with no cloud cover and intense radiation. Very sparse vegetation, dust or sand-laden winds. The basic design concerns can also be summarized as protection from intense solar radiation, which leads to reduction in heat gain, measures to control heat gain, like mutual shading, compact planning, etc. Strategies at micro level could be thick walls with high thermal capacities, addition of humidity for through evaporative cooling, etc. With respect to the argument that has been proposed in this paper, the details regards the methodology and the case study analysis which was followed for the study would now be explained by my colleague.
As explained by Mukta ma'am, the aim of the study is to find the influence of climate parameters on the planning of settlements at different scales. So the first objective we set was to study the settlements in different geographical topographies like hills, plains, and valleys for hot and dry climate zone. The second objective was to understand the response to climate at 3 different scales, that is meso, macro, and micro. And the third one was to find out exactly what are the commonalities and differences between the for different geographic topographies. Then the methodology used was selection of locations on 3 topographical or geographical variations, that is the hills, plains, and valley in hot and dry climate. Then comparing their characteristics at 3 scales, that is the meso level, macro, and micro level for hills, plains, and valleys. Understanding the parameters for commonalities and differences, and then the discussion on them, exactly what is happening in the study. So according to the purpose of this research, it is a correlational approach that has been used, and data has been collected for climate, geography and geological factors which influence the growth of settlements. 9 different locations belonging to hot and dry climate and compact settlements were chosen in this particular latitude zone, that is 15 to 40 degrees, and they were compared. So the selection of hot and dry climate settlements, that is variation in the hills, valleys, and plains can be seen. For the hills, we have selected Gardia, that is from Algeria, Mardin from Turkey, and Jaisalmer from India. For valleys, we have taken Sana'a from Yemen, Yazd from Iran, and Bush from India. For the plains, we have taken Fez from Morocco, Isfahan from Iran, and Ahmedabad from India. So these 3 settlements were the typical topographical variation, that is hills, valleys, and plains were chosen. Then parameters for studying the settlements were decided. These parameters are according to the scale. For macro scale, we have studied streets and open spaces and buildings. For the meso scale, we have compared the rooms and its organization around courtyards. And for the micro level, we have studied the building envelope, color, and additional supplementing strategies like evaporative cooling towers, or maybe color, or maybe texture of the building. So when we look at the first valley settlements in hot and dry climate, we have selected the 3 locations as explained: Sana'a, Yazd, and Buj. When we compare these settlements at 3 levels, as seen in this chart, we can see that at macro level, Sana'a and Yemen is fortified with grid layout and compact planning. The plan focuses around development around a mosque and a market with a smaller width of streets and allowed to engross around the plan. Then the Yazd, we can see a maze, compact and dense planned around the mosque. So we find a similarity over here that they are very compact and dense at all the 3 cities, in all the 3 cities which are in the valley. And for Bhuj also, we find it is organic and dense, which is a walled city. Yazd is developed around a bazaar and has a water basin. Bhuj is developed along the prominent Prague Mahal, and it also has narrow streets. So at the macro level, we are finding similarities of organic, compact development with smaller width of streets. At the meso building scale, that is the development of a house, how it is happening, it is a peculiar feature of Sana'a that it is having a tower house, whereas for the rest of the 2 settlements, it is having a courtyard house. So Sana'a has a tower house which is developed from the cooling towers, evaporative cooling towers, and or you can also call them as watch towers. Though lower floors are for animals and storage has no access to ventilation, whereas the upper floors are habitable, where you can have living rooms, and as you go higher, There is a kitchen above it, and then a room for women. So it is a tower kind of a building. But when we go to Yazd and from Iran, courtyard is the focal point for the house. Rooms are organized around the courtyard, and the basements are used for storage of food. It's an introvert kind of a planning where the windows are opening into the courtyard. At Bhuj, we see the houses are small courtyards, 2 to 3 stories high houses around a courtyard. When we go to the micro level, that is the component level strategies, materials used for construction are locally available stone, mud, and brick houses. The houses have flat roof with earth colors, white bands for decoration. In Sana, fewer windows on the external facade are seen in Yazd. That is also a reflection of the culture of that particular city. They have colorful glasses to limit the glare and insects. Wind catchers are integral part of these houses. Flat roofs with accessibility to terrace and domical roofs. Materials used for construction in Bhuj are available local stone, mud, brick, and stabilized earth. Clay pots and bowls are used in the construction of walls and roofs, which act as insulation. These, whatever was discussed and analyzed in the earlier slides, has been seen in these images also. You can see that the Yazd planning is very compact and dense, and the streets are very narrow. The courtyard house is seen from the upper level, and the towers, and you can see also the evaporative cooling towers on the Yazd city. Similarly, we can see the section of it and plans of city of Yazd from Iran. Now, the same thing for analysis of Sana, we had referred to different papers, and this is the city level planning of Sana, where we can see high tower buildings, where it is developed like a watchtower. The houses are like watchtowers, which are 3 to 8 stories high, and the streets are narrow, and the color is earthy color with the white bands for decoration. When we go to the hot and dry settlements in hill level, that is the hill topography, we can see we have studied the examples of Gardia from Algeria, Jaisalmer from India, and Mardin from Turkey. Now the analysis shows that Gardia is surrounded by a fortification for walls for defense at the macro level. Again, we have smaller width of streets and which are partially covered. Streets are commonly used for reaching varying levels. Because it's hills, now there is a level difference in various houses. So the planning is of the settlement is achieved by reaching various levels by going through the stairs. Again, in Mardin, we can see it's a maze kind of a planning with compact and dense settlement, which is planned around a mosque bazaar. Narrow alleys and arcaded streets are seen with stairs and across the slope. So a stair is a common feature in your hill settlements because of the topography. Jaisalmer fort built on a hilltop due to availability of subsurface water. Gateways which lead to the royal square surrounded by royal palaces. And in Jaisalmer, the typical width of the street, that is ratio of the street to height of the building, is 1:5, which is why the streets are always shaded. At the building level, we can see in Gardia, the houses are all introverted with rooms surrounding the courtyard. Again, the courtyard comes into picture as the main component for design. Roofs are generally flat, and women can access each other's houses through terraces. So the access for women from one house to another house is through the terraces, and they are not accessing the road, which is narrow streets which are there. They're using the terraces for each other for meeting each other. Then we have courtyard houses which are arranged on the sloping terrain in Mardin. Houses can be up to 3-story high, and each house has a veranda or a terrace. In Jaisalmer, we can see the houses are planned again around courtyards. Courtyard plays an important dominant factor in planning of houses at Jaisalmer. Balconies are projecting on the streets, which are useful for shading and ventilation. We also find beautiful jalis for ventilation. When we come to the micro level strategies at Agardia, materials used for construction is mud, clay, and gypsum. Windows are very small, and limestone is the primary material in Mardin, and the common building material is sandstone and Jaisalmer. Windows are minimally restricted to the upper floors when we go to Jaisalmer. These are the examples of photographs of Gardia in Algeria, which shows the compact planning and street settlements. Similarly for Mardin, which is a hill top, and we can see how the rooms or the buildings are organized on it. Now we go to the third typology, that is the plain settlements in hot and dry climate. Here are the examples chosen: the Ahmedabad in India, Fez at Morocco, and Isfahan at Iran. Similar kind of analysis was done for all these three settlements also. Fez is developed around mosque at the center with a marketplace, hammam, schools, and public spaces. The street widths vary according to the function, and together with houses they form a maze. Isfahan developed with a great mosque at the center, along with the bazaar and minarets. The famous bazaar of Isfahan, which is completely shaded. Then Ahmedabad, it is a walled historic city developed with the Jama mosque and settlements around the mosque. At the building level, we find in plains that the houses are arranged around the courtyards. Houses are constructed with the local materials. Courtyard is playing a major role in hot and dry climate with the Italy cars were analyzed at the level strategies. And envelope, the houses are constructed with thicker and walls in the rooms in the social beliefs and existing system.
I want to introduce myself. I am architect Gautami Sathe and I have done my masters in environmental architecture. That we design our project or our building as a green building. So green building is not about to just plant the trees or the area, while reducing the building's impact on individual health and environmental enforces at Hyderabad and CII building at Hyderabad. So the green building code and certification system have proliferated recently as a community's attempt to reduce the environmental impact of built environment. All the green building. A green building is a building that it in its design, construction or operation reduces or eliminate the negative impact and can create positive impact on our climate or natural or energy efficiency, better in indoor environment, that is daylight strategy, natural ventilation, or some other passive strategies can be used in our project. If and also we have to take the low friction to help or air quality. So there may be get minimization of greenhouse gases. Also it countries it occupants health. The second one is improve the quality of human life. Third one is the reduce the urban heat. That includes the compliance to national code and standards on energy efficient project. They have used PV panels to generate electricity, and they minimize the 2.6% of total power consumption. So some highlights of Yamuna, that they have used VRV system in their project. Also they use CO2 sensors at passages or in meeting rooms. So in this project they have used PV panels, so it generates around 2.6 electric consumption. Then the next one is they have designed the punctures at the top of the roof. So they have used the cavity wall for insulation. Then they have also insulated the roof. They have used in their project the green roof, and also use a double glaze for double glaze window or glass for external glazing. Then also they use a fabric canopy on south side of the building facade. So they have in this project they have designed the fabric canopies in the south facade, as they block the summer rays, but they can get the winter rays inside the building. So they design the fabricated canopy according to the solar angle. Then the next one for water efficiency, they in site landscape they have planted the native trees, and they which minimizes the total water use. So they have used the high efficiency irrigation system for landscape, and also they have used the drip irrigation system and sprinkler system. To minimize the water efficiency, they use the sensor operated tap and wash basin. They have used the sensor operated tap at wash basins, sensor operated urinals, and also dual flush bulbs. To reduce the heat island effect, water harvesting pits and also they have used grass paver at parking to improve the pervasiveness. Use the interlocking pavers block at internal road they can use. And also they have provided some fountain pit entrance canopy is landscape terrace and atrium, well equipped and safe well equipped cafe, then medical facility with doctor, intelligent fire system equipment, auditorium. They have provide some amenities for their employees, that is auditorium, library, gymnasium, badminton court, swimming pool, display monitors, providing the good natural light and ventilation, so we can save the electricity and minimize the energy consumption and the people health, energy saving. But if we design our green building, if we design green building on global level, so get more benefits, also get the save energy on large amount, and also conserve the natural resources for next generation or for our better future.
We are now open to the question and answer session.
Atif sir, now it's upon you. You can ask questions to the researchers.
So was that the last presentation?
Sorry, sir.
Have you seen all the presentation, or is there any
Yes, sir.
left?
We have seen all the presentations. Few of the presentation we didn't receive. Only papers we received. So
Okay,
that's
great. Yeah, thank you for sharing all those presentations. I think it's really exciting to see all of the presenters and all of the researchers and the writers put their thoughts on these topics, and some have done a lot of original research as well, which I think we should give them credit for. Original research is always more difficult, takes more time, takes more effort. But the others also have done a good job of looking up the existing research and finding the relevant pieces and putting it in here. Maybe I'll make a few general comments. Won't take too much time because I will have to leave as well. I think the one trend that I've seen is that we typically have most of the presenters have taken a lot of effort in describing the challenge or the problem that they are analyzing, which is great. I think we should have that. But I believe all research should have some positive outcome, something that can be utilized, because that's the whole idea of research, is to use the existing information, existing data, maybe analyze it in a different way and come up with something that was not there before, something that can be used by others to create something even better or to resolve that problem. So and some of you have done a great job at that too on the conclusions, but I would suggest all of you to emphasize on that more and keep the end in mind always. What are you exactly trying to do? So if you're looking for, let's say, like courtyards, I think the first two or the two of the presentations were on courtyards, which is a great topic. And there is some research that's been done, and there was some original research that was shown as well. So what do I get out of it? I certainly did get something useful out of it, but can I immediately start using it? Can I immediately start using some of that information when I'm designing my next building? I think let's keep that in mind and try to put it in simple words. Simplicity is, in fact, simplicity is more difficult than complexity. So putting words in a simple manner in less time always takes more effort. but it has a much bigger impact. So let's try to be simpler in our presentations, in the words that we used. I know that sometimes we tend to get carried away with some lot of verbiage that sounds sophisticated, but if it is not conveying the message, then it is just fluff. So again, I'm not saying anybody use that too much, but just a general observation that the end result, the end outcome is the most important aspect of any research in my mind. So we should spend sufficient time on that. Many of the presentations did not have sufficient time left at the end to talk about their conclusions and how do we utilize that, whatever they've learned, whatever they've figured out through this information. What is the outcome? So I would topics with the authors if possible. I would encourage, if possible, we should share, Dr. Shahid, if it's possible to share the papers with the rest of the audience. I think that would be great as well, because I'm sure a lot of the other attendees would have questions on some of the topics that were discussed and might want to dig deeper into it.
Yes.
Last comment from me. I think this whole presentation, this whole session has been extremely enlightening. I am highly impressed by firstly the topics that were selected and the approach that was taken in the research. It is a very mature approach on the part of most of the presenters. So I encourage you to do more of these and not just limit it to theoretical projects. Do it on your own projects. So when you are designing a project, whether it's a class project or whether it's a real life project, let's use some of that research approach that you've shown here in those real projects. And I'm sure if we all do that, if we become more careful, more cognizant, more aware of the choices we make and the impacts that we have, I think we'll all result in a better built environment. And that's a win-win situation for everyone. So I'll stop there. Thank you again, everyone, for having me here and for sharing the presentations. And I wish good luck to all the presenters and all the other attendees as well. Thank you. Back to you, Dr. Shahid and the Symbiosis team.
This brings us to the end of the session 1. I'm grateful to our chair, architect Atif Syed sir, and the presenters of the session. We would now move on to the session 2 of the day.
Chair for the session 2 of today is Dr. Joy Singh, Professor at Department of Architecture and Regional Planning, IIT Kharagpur, India. He is also our conference mentor, session jury member and panelist. He is the former head of the department and also Ranveer and Chitra Gupta School of Infrastructure and Design, IIT Kharagpur, and currently head of the Department of Planning, IIT Kharagpur. Currently, he is the chairman of Museum of Science and Technology and co-chairman, Academy of the Classical and Folk Arts at IIT Kharagpur. His area of research are community and regional planning analysis and programming and architecture and planning related heritage studies and documentation. He has a long working experience with the various environmental design programs under DFID, Government of the United Kingdom, and ISU UNDP program, and IR3S in the University of Tokyo, Japan. He is the recipient of the NCERT AISSE Gold Medal for highest mark in social sciences in all India level, the Institute Silver Medal for the highest aggregate in Bachelors of Architecture, IIT Kharagpur, and Best Postgraduate Thesis Award from Iowa State University, Ames, Iowa, USA. Of the late, he received the Quinnes Distinguished Speaker Award from Quantum Group, run currently by DEI, Agra, University of Michigan, and Stanford University. Sir, I would request you to enlighten our audience.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sanviti. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, so I think it's really a pleasure. It's so kind of you all, which includes you, to include me in your wonderful fraternity of this beautiful proceedings, which is going on for almost 1.5 days. I think everything has been going on so well. I was very impressed by the preceding sessions, papers, and especially the wonderful comments and the presentation coming from Professor Atif sir. And I was there almost the entire day yesterday. I was impressed by the inaugural session, the comments of architect Habib Khan, President Council of Architecture, and the way your madam, Professor Gauri Shurkar, has organized and convened this. So I think, Sanviti, I have about 15-20 minutes to say a few things.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'll try and share a presentation. You tell me that it's visible or not. Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay, so this thing is not to add a lot of color and hue to the discussion. So we are just entering into the 5th session, the session which is on planning, which talks about the inclusion of technology, technological knowledge, management, and everything. And I was very impressed by the first session by Professor J. Thakkar. So I took that image from his slide, which is on the left-hand side. Just not to say that I was there, but I was impressed by these connections where it is all grounded, and the students and the young people are designing. So and the connections which spreads from, they come from those fields where the farmers are working across the changing seasons, spring to autumn, rising heat and lessening heat. And it's connected with the rain clouds. It covers our planet, and the planet is a part of the solar system, and the solar system is a part of the galaxy, and the galaxy is a part of a very large domain. So in other words, we are a part of a huge design by someone or some intelligence which keeps everything in coordination. There is a 365 days which makes an year. There's a day and night which is happening for millions and millions of years, and we take it for granted that they will all happen. There is a wonderful thing called gravity, which keeps the planet flowing. There is a wonderful thing called perennial rivers, and the rain clouds, which puts the rain on the snow-capped mountains like the Himalayas, and the rivers like Ganga are born out of it. But we just assume they're to us. We take it for granted, and we don't realize that this entire world is actually a presentation of so much of boon and blessing that is offered to us, to humanity, and we should be actually very humble for that. But the problem is that in our profession with technology, we have progressed a lot, we have made a lot of changes, but we have become proud. We have become a little arrogant, and we think we can change nature. A lot of definition that we have in technology is about changing nature, and that has created a point of problem where we are today. The pandemics, and the health problems, the climatic hazards, and the interrelated economic disasters, and the whole chaos and the conflict, and the proportion of that conflict and chaos is so much that it's so big, it's so huge, that today we are having G7 meets, G8 meets, G12, ASEAN conferences, climate summits, IPCC summits. But they're all theories and talks and conferences, and we can't do much because we have already dug half of our graves, by exploiting nature. Just one speaker in the last session was talking about maltouche, Malthusian projection. What does it mean? It means when the population projection growing in exponential series, whereas the resource production is just growing in arithmetical and less than a geometrical series. And as time passes, which is called dynamics, as time passes, there is a increasing amplitude, there's an increasing gap between population projection, which is the demand end, and the resource production, which is the supply end. That's called Malthusian economics. So I was very happy that some presenter in the last session was referring to Malthus. So these are very foundational concepts. And Malthus is today absolutely personified in the current reality. It's absolutely chaotic. About half of the world is in disaster. We have forest fires and we have huge flooding on the other hand. So we have problems of heat and absence of heat. The polar ice caps are melting. A lot of species are endangered. The food production cycles are questionable, and the distribution of wealth is questionable. So I have a few slides. I just have about 10 slides to share with you, and I've been sharing them with some of my friends in different parts of India and abroad. So I thought this is a very good venue and a table where I can share that. But I changed some of those slides to suit the mode of today, which is design and management, which is to planning. So today we don't talk about planning that much, because how much of you can actually plan? Because you can actually plan a very little and a small portion of it, because nobody will listen to you. I mean, many of the plans that we do today remain as drafts, the catching dust. And as Professor Atif was just saying before, I mean, if it's research is all fine, but if you're not doing it a different way, and at the end of the day, if you're not producing a report which is workable, livable, doable, which has a retrofitting aspect of skills and profession, which is the heart of today's conference, then it's all about paperwork. And we had hundreds and millions of paperworks in this world, and our libraries and institutes are filled up with reports. We have millions of websites and YouTubes, but nothing happens. There's a beautiful story I like to share with you, and it comes not from planning, it does not come from technology, but it comes from spirituality, and it's about Guru Nanak. So one person went to Guru Nanak and asked him, "Sir, is there anything which is the greatest thing in this world?" So, and then Guru Nanak kept quiet. He asked for the second time, and then Nanak ji said, "It's truth. It's truth. Satya. Satya is the greatest thing. And God, if there is anything called God, He is truth." And like all that I was sharing with you are the truths which has been pointed out by Amartya Sen or Leonardo da Vinci or by Martin Luther or by Gandhiji or by Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore. These are the truths which has been realized in planning, by Christopher Alexander, by B.V. Doshi or Charles Correa. So they're all a part of our living system. But then the man again asked Guru Nanak, said, "Guruji, is there anything which is bigger than that?" And Guru Nanak kept quiet. He asked the second time, Guru Nanak kept quiet. He asked the third time, and then Nanak raised his head, smiled, and replied that yes, there is one thing which is bigger than truth. It's bigger than God. It's bigger than Ishwar. It's bigger than Allah. It's bigger than everything in the world. And then this man said, "What is that?" And Guru Nanak said, "That is truthful living." I mean, all these theories about gods and religions and this reports, the planning reports that we have, they are all fine, but if they are not put to use and practiced and lived by each and every one of us. But if you can practice one line that is written in the Quran, one line that's written in the Bible, one line that's written in the Gita, or one line that's written in the IPCC document, or one line that is written in the Council of Architecture volume and codes of practices, or one line it's written in the United Nations Environmental Program Summit or the report of the Kyoto Protocol. If you can practice one line, and if you can reduce the emission of your industry, if you can distribute a bit of wealth to the needy people, if you can clean your city by employing a community-based organization with a pilot action plan, not talk about a theory and presentation, but actually go into the city, like that sadhu who is working in the ghats of Varanasi. He lives spirituality, he meditates. To him, he has dedicated his whole life to spirituality. So as planners, as designers, as skill makers, as professionals, we have to dedicate our life to the profession itself. And a profession cannot be a different thing, and we cannot lead a different kind of a life. And Joyson cannot preach about restraint and distribution without Joyson himself practicing restraint and distribution. If I don't practice what I'm saying in the class, then my students won't listen to me. If the students don't practice what they're preaching in the hostels, then the younger students will come later, won't listen to them. Because you can catch people that what is the relationship between theory and practice. So a lot of retrofitting of skills and profession is about the connection between theory and practice, to bring it down to the level of just not perspectives, a long-term vision, ye karega, wo karega, 10 saal baad ye karega. Just not that, but what am I doing today? What am I doing on September 29th at about 2 o'clock, right after this session? Am I doing something for good? It's like Rotary Club, like Professor Paul Harris. He said, is it the truth? Will it bring goodwill to all? Will it bring a lot of good things and distribution to all? Is it for the good of all? So these are the questions. Is my plan, will it serve a few people in the slums of Kolkata or in Lucknow or in the ghettos of Chicago or in the Bronx, red-lined areas of the Black people to whom the funding of the American banks don't reach? That is something that we call redlining. Can I make a little change? If I can, then I'm a designer, I'm a manager, I'm a planner. Then my technology is of great use. So I think this was a spirit. I'm not saying this for the first time. I think all the mentors and all the session chairs, and this is what exactly what renowned architect Habib Khan Saab was saying in his beautiful plenary session. And this is what Madam Majumdar was mentioning as a pro-vice chancellor. And this is what your Madam Dr. Gauri Shivarkar was saying in a wonderful, pertinent speech in the inaugural session. This is the need of the day. So friends, young people, you are the hope of India. So it is up to you to have theories and practice. Of course, you need a theory. Of course, you need computers. Of course, you need the Google. Of course, you need a literature review. But you must see that about 40% of that is all that. And about 60% of the remaining is practice, and put them into pilots, in action plans. Just make one small little housing module for the poorest people in the society who even cannot think about a second meal in a day. He's doing something, हम लोग जो बंगाली में बोलता है दिन आनी दिन खाए, आज का कुछ पैसा मिला तो आज का कुछ खाना मिला, कल नहीं मिला तो कल का खाना नहीं मिला. They're about 40% of India's population who are around that area, and we talk about smart planning, and we talk about smart management, and we talk about green cities. That's all fine, but are we being able to put into practice? We have these huge rain clouds and everything is in chaos. Our cities get flooded and the wastewater confluences with the supply water, and the entire city gets filled up with disease, incurable. But we talk about waste management and we talk about smart distribution, waste water line, all fine. But how much of that is coming to that little slum at the back end of a rich housing complex, which is supposed to have saved energy, but every flat cost about 5 crores, and maybe 70% of India's population is not able to afford that. So what are we doing? What is our responsibility? Where is ecological ethics? Where is functional ethics? Where is moral ethics? Where is practice ethics? So these are very, very, very important. Okay, so I think I've put on the ball rolling. I'm aging, but I believe, the young people, like all of you, are the people who understands more of it. And I think they'll take up the reins of the future. So what has happened? So what has happened is that there is a reductionist view that we have taken in the last 150 to 250 years in the name of technological advent. We of course need technology, but technology has created a gap between the socio-cultural fabric in the older generation and the younger generation. There's a huge gap. Lifestyle disorders. Today in your home and you don't get down from your bed and you click your Swiggy or Zomato apps and you order your lunch and dinner. You don't go to the market. You order on Flipkart and Amazon, which is all fine. They're good, but you don't go to the market. You don't have a friend circle. Go to that little place in front of a shop. You can chat for 15 or 20 minutes. So everything is getting digitized. The physical world is disappearing. No. So yesterday, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University had an offline inauguration, and this was so beautiful. After about 18 months, there was a cut on the disorder that we are having for the last 18 months. So we have a huge reductionist view, and then we have a climatic problem, and everybody knows what I'm talking about. The streets are inundated, the forests of California are burning. The cities in Germany and Rotterdam or Holland are flooded as much as they are flooded in Bombay or in Kolkata. So there are disasters all over the world. That's climatic. And geopolitically, they're so bad. I'll show you the next slide. And that's leading to the polarization of economies, which is the huge demand and supply mismatch. So I'll go to the next slide. This I've shown to almost everybody in the last few months, and I thought there'll be a lot of people who are here who will love to see this slide. So this is Jose Stiglitz, the Nobel Prize winner. His beautiful book. You must read this book, all of you. The Price of Inequality. The Price of Inequality. And Jose Stiglitz explains America's rigged economy. He explains world's economy, and about 0.5% has about 40% access to the global wealth, where the remaining 95% is just to 30%. This is a disparity in the wealth distribution of the world. And how can you assure sustainable development? How can you assure distribution of smart resources? Climate, in about 35 years back, the US Vice President Al Gore, he made a movie called The Inconvenient Truth. And he said within 35 years, we'll have major pandemics, major disasters, major climatic chaoses, and the chaos theory and the butterfly effect. I think everybody knows what is a butterfly effect. Small wrongdoings leads to very large repercussions within 4 or 5 years. So he said all that 35 years back, and everybody laughed at him. He said, no, nothing will happen. Kuch nahi hoga. But today you see everybody, and Al Gore is so relevant. He talked in the same language like Rachel Carson or Gandhiji or Tagore. So, and today his movie is so pertinent. The IPCC, the Kyoto Protocol, they're all mummed. They don't have any answers to the huge industrial pollution which has disturbed and put to the carbon balance of the planet in question. And today we are trying to save energy and do that, but the damage which has been done can only be solved in another 25 years of constant rectification and retrofitting. But in 25 years, the humanity may cease to exist as a race. Every year the cyclones are intensifying and the cities are getting inundated. Come to geopolitical. This is a very famous picture in front of the US president. The two countries in the Middle East are shaking hands for peace. And last 45 years, God knows, even God does not know how many times they have shaken hands and how many dollars and rupees and yens have been wasted in conferences and summits, and how many crores of dollars have been wasted in arms race, and the chaos in Afghanistan, and the bankruptcy of Lebanon, and the huge political chaos in Tunisia are just examples of where the world is right now. And we talk about planning, we talk about design, and we mean to say that they're not going to touch us, they're going to be a part of us. So there are huge geopolitical tensions. So youngsters, young designers and planners we are not isolated. We cannot say that, oh, that's a very big thing, and yeah, let me do my little house design. No, it cannot happen that way. With a little design, with small is beautiful, we are responsible, and every small adds up to that big. All parts leads to that whole, and if the whole is less than the sum of the parts, then it's a great mistake. It should be always more than the sum of its parts. So this is absolutely a chaos. This is absolutely a chaos. And the last chaos is socio-cultural, LSDs, lifestyle disease. I mean, about 35 to 40% of the young population in an age group of 30 to 40, they have problems of sugar, hypertension, they have tablets, they have problems in the cervical region, which is spondylitis, because of online classes. So the entire young generation is suffering, and they are disconnected from the rest of the society. So we are having a problem which is called mental disease. And if there is a little bit of problem, people are committing suicide. I don't want to be nihilistic and dark in today's presentation, but that is the situation. And this is what Abraham Maslow, one of the great planners, anthropologists, historians, management person, he's referred everywhere. And he used Sri Aurobindo's ideas of the hierarchy of minds and transferred that into a pyramid called the hierarchy of needs, which I'll show you in a few slides from now. So these are the 4 very important problems that needs to be tackled. And the problem with us is that we have a lot of presentations and we have a plethora, there are hundreds and thousands of reports that gets piled up in the room of the head of any department, or in the room of a senior professor or a junior professor, or in the room of anybody. And how much of that we are actually practicing and using? How much of that we are actually putting it to practice? How much of that we are combining with skills and professionalism? How much of that we are putting it to activated design? We talk about sustainable development just like that. And you pick up 25 theses of any college around the world, you'll see out of 25, about 10 theses have used the word sustainability just like that. Sustainable development, sustainable economic development, sustainable climatic development, sustainable wastewater management, as if the word sustainable is so easy. And we have reports churned out. It's a plethora. Of course we need reports. Of course we need research. But as Professor Atif just said half an hour back, but there has to be somewhere in that research and that report a portion which is doable, which has to be put on ground. It has to be translated to a pilot project. So we need workshops and seminars which are pilot project oriented, and I'm sure Symbiosis is a pioneer in that. And I like to learn as an individual more from Symbiosis in that. Very soon we are going to have a conference on traditional Indian architectural knowledge systems, Vastu Vidya, Sthapatya Vidya, Nirvan Vidya, and things like that. And we hope to have Symbiosis as one of our partners. And there, I think we need to put a lot of these, not discussing about ancient theories, but how we apply those theories today to solve the cry of a young girl or a young boy in a jhopri, or in a squatter, or in a slum, either in Lucknow or in Talcher or in Indore or in Chennai or in Kashmir or in Kanyakumarika. We should not be in castles in the air. That's Don McLean, castles in the air. We should not, just try to fly out and go to Singapore and be. Even Singapore cannot escape. Singapore today has a huge population problem. It has a huge problem of pandemic right now. It never thought it will have all those problems. It thought that it will just remain as a small city island. So nobody can escape the global problem. Everybody is interconnected. The solutions are as much interconnected as the problems are today. So we should reduce the plethora and we should have more of actions. So this is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. What we need today is that we should not just spend our money and savings for shelter, wonderful house, 5 crores worth, food, we just order from the best restaurants and use about 10,000 rupees per day for our top clothing to go to a night party and spend our life in, that last word, you know what I mean. About 80% to 90% of us is at that level, and we talk big. And a few of us, we go to that level of safety, but we just think about our own safety. We don't think about the neighbor, as Christ had said, love thy neighbor. We don't practice that. Many Christians don't practice that. No Hindus practice what Krishna had said in the Gita. So we are actually not religious people. We are actually anti-religious. We hate others. We think, and we make our own conceptions of God and Ishwar and Allah and all that. And nobody needs those conceptions because they don't mean anything. We don't have a universal conception of God that cuts through all the religions in the world. We don't have a universal algorithm of design that cuts through all the design colleges with differences and vagaries and heterogeneity. And very few of us go to the third level, which is love and belonging. And very rare people go to that level of esteem, which is respect and self-esteem, recognition, strength, and freedom. That's happiness. And then maybe 1% out of a million goes to that level, which is self-actualization. That is India's yoga and meditation. So this comes from Abraham Maslow. So we must go up and down. We cannot just come down to the mundane material level. So our grounding should not be a selfish grounding. Our retrofitting should not be a selfish retrofitting. Our design should not be a selfish design. Our skills should not be a selfish skill. Everything should be collective and interconnected. We must know that the self of I is a self of all. The individual choice is actually the social preference. That's Amartya Sen, his Nobel Prize. The collective choice is the individual preference, or the individual choice is a collective preference. They iterate. So the individual reflects the collective. Until and unless we should move out of competition and enter the game theory, the Nash's equilibrium, John Nash. That's cooperation in the cooperative platform. Today we cannot handle a project without the presence of at least 10 firms and organizations. Can you manage to design an airport all by your own? You need a mechanical engineer, you need an electrical engineer, you need a field engineer, you need a team of surveyors, you need specialists in concretes, M35, M65 for designing runways, you need specialists from HVAC to design the smart areas of the airport, you need people from economics and finance to design the logistics of the airport and make it a low-cost design airport. So can only an architect do the design by himself or herself? Can only an economist do the design by himself or herself without an architect? So we are moving today inevitably into the world of self-actualization, where the self of an architect is a self of a doctor, is a self of a surveyor, is a self of a civil engineer. So we have to come out from those ancient rivalry between an architect and a civil engineer, between a physicist and a botanist, between a doctor and a chemist, and enter a universal knowledge field. So this is implied by what you mean by going up and down. So you have to go down, and you also have to come up and realize, and then with that knowledge, you have to come down and you have to go up again. So you have to shuttle up and down. I hope this slide is visible to all of you. This is a very important pointer by Abraham Maslow. And that is the foundation of retrofitting and skills making. And finally, we have to revive skills at the end of the day to design what is sustainable. And that has to be deep ecological, which means it has to be connected. Like all millions and millions of bees, they come together and make a beehive at the mercy of a queen bee, which is Shakti, a queen bee. In the same way, millions and millions of human beings has to work with nature, who is the queen bee, mother nature, which is Shakti, God as the mother, the concept of God as the mother, which is only there in India right now. Other places it has gone. So we have to give a lot of importance to the principle of the sacred feminine, to Shakti, the position of women in the society, which is already happening. It's so nice to see two young women and two young girls at the helm of anchoring the entire proceedings. Your director is a very learned woman. Your pro vice chancellor is a very learned wisdom woman. So Symbiosis is showing the way. And I reacted with another very learned woman, that is Professor Minal Palve. So I'm very pleased. I'm so happy that A majority of this present seminar is run by women, you know. So this is the need of the day. We must give an equal respect to the other half and give full freedom to take their own decisions. And that's called deep ecological, you know, like all the workers in a beehive is listening to a queen bee. In the same way, the entire fraternity of workers, while designing the habitat, must listen to Mother Nature. So this is in the Vedas and the Upanishads. This parable of knowledge is called Madhu Vidya. Madhu means honey. It's something which is immortal because under the rays of the sun, the bee actually converts the nectar, the nectar of the flowers and processes chemically, biologically, physiologically into something which is called honey, which is immortal. You can store honey for hundreds and thousands of years. The honey which has come from the Egyptian pyramids, which are about 5,000 years old, but nothing has happened to them. Other things have got destroyed. So Madhu is the same, is a symbol of immortality, something which remains, something which is sustainable. That's why one of the names of goddess Durga or Lalita is Madhuvati, Madhubanti. It's a name of a raga. So these are traditions in Indian knowledge system. We have a center at IIT Kharagpur. So we are trying to recover some of this ancient knowledge in the modern contemporary light of ecological, deep ecological systems and designs which are biocentric. Like the way you place a honeycomb in a branch of a tree, in the same way you design a house and place it in nature. So the architect, the designer has to be trained. He or she should develop that clinical eye of the designer. And the person who is teaching in that class should also have that clinical eye. Otherwise, who is teaching whom? A blind man is showing a path to another blind man. So we need an entire overhauling in our teaching. Let's move on. So we need a systems thinking, and we need to do something which is called permaculture. Something which is called permaculture, and it's so important. It's so important. So that the permaculture is the whole systems thinking. The nature, the natural systems, the use of resources. Somebody I think yesterday talked about Howard Rock, Fountainhead, and he protested against the international style. He typifies Richard Neutra or Frank Lloyd Wright. That's how Ayn Rand has portrayed him. And he goes to the site 100 times, watches that cliff, watches the sunrise, the moon setting, watches the river coming down, the falling water, and designs that mansion on that rock. That is the patience of a designer. Go to the site again and again and understand the building as a total system, as a part of nature itself, as a part of nature itself. We are not trying to impose of nature. Just the presentation before me by Professor Watif was saying all that so well. We think we are designing green buildings, but we are not doing that anyway. We are actually imposing things. We are imposing our own arrogance as designer. So we need to revert back. We need to be grounded like Gandhiji, like Tagore, like Madan Mohan Malviya ji, like Martin Luther, like Paulo Soleri, like Roger Anger of Pondicherry, like Christopher Benninger, like Laurie Baker, So we have to learn those vocabularies. So in our schools and colleges, we need the lessons, the syntaxes, the design glossaries from that end. So that is called permaculture of retrofitting. That needs to come back. And then only we'll be able to do good planning. We'll be able to link a city with its region, because the city is just a part of the region. The region is the mother. The city is only the son. Today it's got inverted. The city is like the father, and it's a patriarchal way of looking at it. And the region is just an extension of the city. And the region is neglected. And the people in the region, in the hinterland, in the faraway villages, poor. And we are thinking of extending urban services into the villages. Why not extend rural infrastructure into the cities, like forestry, like gardens at the back of your house, like making a river channel enter, and that becomes the watercourse of the city. So we need reversals in architectural designs and planning, the way we design our gas, the way we design our water systems, the way we design our treatment systems, stormwater drainage, communication services. So we need a reversal. We need a reversal. We need a reversal. So if we do that, I'm almost towards the end of my presentation. We develop a network. So at the end of the day, we are interested to develop a network between the son and the mother, because the son or the daughter was also already in the womb of the mother. But we have forgotten our mother nature, and we think the son and the daughter, we are very smart, we are very intelligent, and we don't care for our grandparents, we don't care for the past. But if you want to move forward, you need the past. In a linear equation, you need the intercept as much you need the slope of x and y. So y is equal to a plus bx. So a is the intercept, which is the value of y without the value of x. So a is the intercept, which is past. That means before the linear programming, there was a value which was there in the equation, which has been given from the past. And y is equal to a plus bx. Bx, the portion of bx, is the future. So the entire equation, which is programming, is a combination of past and future. This is a very simple logic. So mathematics proves the need of the past in the design of the future, because there's nothing called present. Every moment the present is becoming past, and every moment the future is becoming present. So this is a fantastic mystic notion of time, which is kala, that we have to understand. So this is one of the statement by one of the greatest architects and designers. He came to IIT Kharagpur way back in 1983 and 1982 when I was a student. His name is architect Amos Rappaport. And he said something which is so important today, that one changes rather than changing the environment. So you have to change yourself first, and then you go out in the field to change others. Practice what you preach. You be the change that you want to see outside in the reality. These are the words of Mahatma Gandhi. Don't preach something that you have not practiced yourself. Don't talk about big things, an inch of which you have not given. And don't talk about benevolence if you are not able to give 5 rupees to a needy man, to repair a home which has been destroyed in the recent floods in Bidnapur, which is close to Kharagpur. The maid who comes to my house, she has lost her house, and I order her for my cup of tea. So it's shameless. So we educated people, urbanites, are shameless people. We think we are civilized. No, we are absolutely uncivilized. And our westernization has made us even more uncivilized. And we have not picked up the good things of the Western culture, which is the work culture. We have picked up the other things, the nightlife and everything. Okay, so I'm almost coming to the end of my presentation. I think the point has been made clear. So we did a combination. We need a combination of high-tech design and the recovery of the creative industries. And this is what you have to do: design and management and experience and immersion. So we have to tie up technology with culture and culture with technology. If we do that, then only you can do the best. So I'm giving you clues of some of the top people whom you may refer. So you have to bring the two things together. So the first picture is that of Gregory Bateson. The second picture is that of Ernst Naess, the father of deep ecology. The third one is Abraham Maslow. The fourth one is Al Gore. Then you have Rachel Carson, and in the middle you have James Lovelock and Lynn Margulis, Gaia's hypothesis. And then you have Christopher Alexander, one of the greatest architects ever born. And then you have Arnold Toynbee, who said that if you want to save the world, you need Indian values of Buddha and Gandhi and Vivekananda to save the world. And then you have one of the greatest entrepreneurs of modern humanity. This is Mira Alfaza, the mother of Pondicherry. And then you have Patrick Geddes. And then you have the two other great movers. The last one is a Nobel laureate, Elia Prigogine. But if you put all of them together, you get Tagore and Gandhi, the discussion between them. The problem with us today is that we have become very ICT driven, and we have moved out of the real into the virtual. We have to come back from the virtual into the real, and you have to combine the technology which is guided by the life principle, which is the principle of life, which is bio. In Sanskrit, we call it Bayu, and this is Bio, with hands-on. If you're able to do that, then probably the future of retro applications of skills in architecture, design and planning and innovation will be of the highest kind.
Yeah, I said, I think, sir, it's a very well put up point that in another words, earlier the architects used to be the master builders, and the people used to learn hands-on. So I think you ended your presentation on a very to the point. You have hit the nail on the head. And so it was indeed a very, very insightful presentation, and thank you so much, sir, for,
thank you, madam.
For that.
Thank you. So it's over to the speakers, and I think I had the speakers listed also, which I forgot to show. I think I should have realized that. And so I think what we need to do is have all the presentations, all the presentations. I'll go to these last few slides. So these are the papers which are due in front of us. So so it's over. So there are 3 papers listed on this slide, and there are 3 more papers listed on this slide, and the 4 last papers of this slide. So with this, I'm ending the presentation. And it's over, and it's over to the session. Thank you.
Yes, over to you, Sanviti. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. It was truly insightful. We'll begin with the presentations, and the first presentation for this session is by Rakesh K.S.
Greetings. My name is Rakesh K.S. and my presentation is on the characteristics of the urban environment affecting the pedestrian experience. Pedestrian spaces have become a rarity nowadays. The importance imparted to automobiles has resulted in a drastic decline of the quantum as well as quality of the space allotted to pedestrians. The pedestrian is not taken into account in the planning and design of traffic and transportation systems with the same importance that is given to vehicular modes of travel. But what is frequently overlooked is the fact that at some point or the other, every person is a pedestrian. The gradual deterioration of pedestrian spaces due to apathy and neglect, both on the part of the designers as well as on the part of the agencies who maintain these facilities, has resulted in a host of problems for the pedestrian. The sidewalk is encroached upon by various elements. The width of the sidewalks has narrowed considerably. There is a lot of inconvenience due to frequent grade changes and discontinuities, discomfort due to lack of protection from the weather, poor quality of the surrounding urban space, lack of safety, both in terms of accidents with vehicles as well as in terms of security at night. All of these are the result of deficiencies in the planning and design of pedestrian spaces, poor enforcement of regulations, and lack of comprehension of the requirements of pedestrians. An analysis of the literature review has identified the following principal issues. The qualities of a street are entirely different from those of a road. The architectural environment plays a significant role. Buildings and development must be appropriate and contextual. All buildings, squares, and streets should be scaled according to the human figure. Physical and visual permeability are important. Variety of form, use, and meaning are important. Legibility is significant so that even a relative stranger can read the place easily. Robustness is important because it provides people with more choice. Richness, that is the space's capability to enable users to choose between various sensory experiences. And finally, personalization, as it helps people to identify different uses unambiguously and more legibly. Now, these characteristics can be classified as macro level and detailed. On the macro level, we can categorize them as imageability and quality of the street. Imageability is nothing but the distinctiveness and diversity, whereas the quality of a street depends on its design, function, and particular design elements. The detailed level, that is micro level characteristics, include the role of the architectural environment, the importance of context, human scale, visibility, height of buildings, area of the urban space, permeability, variety, legibility, robustness, richness, and personalization. When we come to role of the architectural environment, what is important is that buildings should seem to be two-dimensional surfaces so that they seem to be enclosing or enveloping the street or the square. A harmonious language of building materials and architectural details should be included. The roof line should be pretty consistent and plot sizes should be approximately comparable. But this does not mean that all buildings should look similar. Unity can be achieved just by the inclusion of one powerful motif across the lower floors of all the buildings. Detailing at eye level is important. Elements of entrances, display windows, and galleries, these are excellent design opportunities to be exploited to create interest, and a healthy, active dialogue should be sustained between the internal and external and the private and public spaces. Context is very important. People do not want bland international places. They want places which are unique and special. So how do you get this? Such a character will derive from the uses, the height, the scale, bulk of buildings, colors, materials, texture, topography, edges, roof profiles, landscape, landmarks, and so on. So the salient features need to be identified for each area, and these must be taken into account in devising development or rehabilitation proposals. Human scale is a very critical factor in terms of pedestrian spaces because any urban area can be appreciated only by a pedestrian. There is a limit to the distance which a person can walk comfortably so that he or she can actively participate in the city. An area of 1 square kilometer is the largest unit of urban design. This is the module which provides scale and proportion to the pedestrian environment. Visibility is very critical because the human eye has limitations. The maximum distance at which any object can be distinguished is about 3,500 times its size. According to Mertens, the features of the human face cannot be distinguished beyond 35 meters. And according to Morton, a street width of 21 to 24 meters is required for streets which are 3 stories high and 12 meters for streets which are 2 stories high. Similarly, there are guidelines for heights of buildings, areas of the urban space, all of them because everything should be related to the human scale. Then we have certain qualities like permeability, legibility, richness, etc. Permeability is the extent to which an environment allows people a variety of access through it, both physical as well as visual. So the smaller the building, the more choice you have in pathways in between buildings. So these will aid in permeability. The public-private interface can also be enhanced by permeability. According to Tibbles, successful street-level urban environments are permeable. That is, they permit or encourage pedestrians to move about in a variety of directions. Building forms based on arcades, passages, and courtyards draw people through them and provide visual interest. Variety of use is very critical in sustaining interest because these will attract people at different times of the day. According to Jane Jacobs, mixed primary uses, short blocks, mixture of old and new buildings, and dense concentration of people are very important. Time is very critical. According to Jacobs, she says that uses should be identified which can spread the variety of consumer needs throughout the day. Good urban areas are legible. That is, they can be understood or read like a book. It should be easy for people to understand where they are, how the town is arranged, and which way to go to access different places or to reach different amenities or facilities. According to Lynch, certain physical features which impact legibility are paths, nodes, landmarks, edges, and districts. Robustness is the quality by which a place or a building lends itself to multiple uses. Three significant aspects affect a building's robustness: their depth, access, and height. So according to Bentley et al., the principle for supporting robustness is to design settings which, as far as possible, enable a variety of activities to coexist in the public realm without inhibiting each other. Richness. Again, Bentley categorizes these senses as the sense of motion, the sense of smell, the sense of hearing, the sense of touch, and the sense of sight. Richness is a trait that enhances the range of sensory experiences which pedestrians can benefit from. Even though vision remains the dominant sense, all the other senses which Bentley classifies them contribute to the overall experience. Personalization is the last feature of this. An attractive public realm is not solely the handicraft of professionals, they are nurtured by the love and care of the users. Personalization is advantageous as it helps people to identify different uses unambiguously and more legibility. These are the individual small decorative aspects which an user or an occupant adds to a particular place to personalize them. Personalization can happen within interior spaces and also at the boundaries. But this boundary personalization, which affects the public realm, is what is really important for a pedestrian. So these can occur at the accesses of buildings or sites, or at windows, terraces, and balconies. Pedestrian spaces are vanishing from many of the urban areas in India due to the rapid pace of increase in vehicular traffic. This leaves them all the poorer in comparison to the attractive, intricate places of traditional settlements. Measures to improve the quality of the urban environment are considerably difficult to implement as they involve a vast number of stakeholders, but over a period of time, they can be significantly modified. Guidelines and regulations can be introduced regarding layout patterns, building forms, scale, characteristics. Activities could be identified for particular streets and spaces. This would benefit both variety as well as richness. And heritage buildings. For these buildings, incentives could be announced, and if possible, grants could be given for the renovation and rehabilitation so that diverse uses could be brought into them. Thank you.
Respected
The next presenter is Jacob Sam.
participants, organizers, and attendees, I am happy to be part of this conference. I am Jacob Sam, fourth year student at National Institute of Technology, Raipur, author of this paper, Evolution of Waterways as Catalyst of Economic Growth, a historical timeline of Fort Kochi. This paper has also been co-authored by architect Vivek Agnihotri, assistant professor at National Institute of Technology, Raipur. I am a fourth year B.Arch student and I'll be doing my undergraduate thesis on the same. In this paper, we will discuss about the timeline of city of Fort Kochi and how trade helped the city not only add business and opportunities but also helped link different communities and tradition. Fort Kochi is a coastal town in Kerala formed by the Great Flood in 1341 AD. These coastal towns had ports which were used for trading. They were organized in a hierarchy, and these coastal towns acted as urban catalysts for their economic growth. The study is done by examining how did the influx of different tradition, culture shape the socio-economic changes in Fort Kochi. It also examined about the multiple levels of political and colonization helped the migration and the economic growth. The Great Periyar Flood in the year 1341 AD wiped away a big chunk of land, creating and defining an entrance to the city. Earlier, the port town was Muziris, and after the flood, the port town was shifted to Fort Kochi. Kerala was rich in inland water network system, which included rivers, backwaters, etc. These waterways were used for transporting commodities. The black gold pepper made and attracted the Westerners to come here. The rich forest helped the transport of timber and spices, and the cape-like landforms helped Fort Kochi to be an essential loci on the coast. Fort Kochi had an ideal position in the Indian Ocean and it helped become an ideal terminal zone. Timeline of trade. The timeline started with the Chinese and the Arabs in the 9th century, followed by the colonization by Portuguese, Dutch, British in the following 15th, 16th and 18th century, and the post-independence in the 19th century. The coastal town in making. In the 12th century, Fort Kochi was ruled by Rajas of the Chera dynasty. The economy was confined to agrarian and substance-oriented. The king, Mahadevapura, created a favorable atmosphere for growth and development of markets internally, overland and overseas. These measures were taken by the king to compete with the Malabar kingdom to be more economical and politically stronger than them. The advent of the Chinese. The Chinese first came to Malabar coast in the 9th century with the help of Arabs, and the first visitors to describe about Fort Kochi was Ma Huan in his book. Kochi was famous for having agricultural hinterland and for producing high-grade pepper. The river Periyar in the north and the backwaters Vembanadu define the main spice-growing region in Kerala. The Chinese used this as a pit stop for traveling from Egypt to Canton, which takes 45 days in total. The influence of Chinese can be seen today in both physical and linguistic manifestation, such as Chinese fishing nets called Chinawala and earthen pots called Chinachati. The Arabs. The Arabs were trading from the ports of Egypt and had strong connection with the Zamourians in the Malabar coast. Jews who were traders reached Kochi along with the Arabs, and they developed their own maritime routes and became famous in Fort Kochi. The Jew Merchant Guild, which were shipping pepper, ginger, teak wood, and cardamom. The Jewish communities were welcomed by the king, and they settled in by the coast by establishing their community and marital relationship. The arrival of more Jewish business people from the West Asia and Mediterranean led to division in Jews into black and white Jews. Portuguese. During the 1500 AD, the Portuguese first came to Calicut ruled by King Zamorin. Vasco da Gama landed in Calicut and Pedro Alvarez Cabral landed in Kochi as part of their expedition. The ports in the coasts were autonomous and ruled by the elites of the respective places. The Portuguese took direct contact with the king rather than the local merchants and traders for trading. The Maharaja of Kochi felt insecure about the threats from the Zamorin king. So the king took help from Portuguese to control the ports. The Arab trade was regularly disrupted by the Portuguese traders, resulting in an insecurity and instability in the Indian Ocean trade. Portuguese revolutionized the entire trading system. They colonized the town and ruled Fort Kochi. They also doubled exports from Kerala and bought Gujarati merchants to settle in Fort Kochi as part of the trade. Dutch. In the 1600s, after the decline of the power of Portuguese traders, the Dutch gained significant power in Fort Kochi and became the capital of Dutch in India and belonged to the Dutch East India Company. The Dutch and British merchant companies competed with each other to get a position in the Indian Ocean for trading. The Dutch, apart from the regular spice and pepper, also traded in textiles, raw silk, salt, indigo, etc. Unlike the Portuguese, the Dutch helped small merchants and traders also trade, and this led to inflow of people. The traditional merchant group to be more dependent on the company for having their cargoes moved. British. British in the late 1800s controlled Fort Kochi from Madras Presidency. They made treaties with their predecessors such as Dutch to make harbours and trade spice, wood and other commodities. These Britishers built the ship channels, harbour islands, bridges to improve trade and infrastructure. There was a growing marginalization between the working class that can be seen in the settlement pattern in Mattancherry. Fort Kochi post-independence. After the independence, the indigenous mercantile network connections were made to hinterland in Kerala. These networks were connected by forming a marketplace which helped in trade and commerce. Post-independence, these waterways were used as a means of transporting goods and people. Timeline of migration. The migration of different religions and communities is shown here, starting from the 9th century to the 19th century, and how different colonization helped different people to move into Fort Kochi. Conclusion. These waterways acted as strategical points which have been important for fostering marine trade. They were used as an hub for trade, religion, culture, tradition, literature, and architectural idioms. The ports helped not only build economic opportunities but also helped in holistic development of the area. This paper looks into the role and contribution of global forces in the local economy and in the long-term impacts. It is evident that due to its geographical positioning, the inner city of Fort Kochi received a lot of global attention in the past. Further, research can be done to identify extreme traits and can be revived and the study to make these communities sustain and their local economy. Thank you.
Greetings to one and all. We would like to thank the team Symbiosis School of Planning, Architecture and Design for giving us an opportunity to present our work. It gives immense pleasure to present the paper. I'm architect Kusma Srinath. I'll start the presentation with the introduction. Active streets are one of the best public assets that every city can proudly acclaim as they promote social inclusiveness. This paper aims to discuss the theories put forth by the theorists on account of the publicness in streets. Gandhi Bazaar, like many other Indian streets, appear to be living manifestation of the concepts which is discussed in the paper. The squares and markets have always been credited with being the ideal public spaces of the city for several centuries. Streets as public spaces gained importance in 1960s. The studies done by eminent theorists proved to the world that the streets are prime public spaces. The paper analyzes and validates the existence of similarities between their theories and Gandhi Bazaar. Introducing our author, who are strong advocates for considering streets as an important public space of the city. Jane Jacobs, in her book, defends urban streets as main hotspots for social interactions. Jan Gale highlights how physical settings can promote social contact and thereby increase the publicness of the streets. Alan Jacobs highlights different elements of the streets responsible for social and commercial interactions. Gandhi Bazaar in Bangalore is energetic throughout the year. The street is bustling with activities round the clock as it is in close proximity to several mixed-use establishments. An interesting spectacle is created every day on the street of the Gandhi Bazaar by its various stakeholders. Let's now look into Jane Jacobs' theories. In her extensive study of the American streets, she analyzes the reasons for their failures and justifies that the streets need to be pedestrian-friendly and are safe when the stakeholders feel the belongingness to the street and their eyes are on the street, which is seen in Gandhi Bazaar. The stakeholders involved are located on the map. The street transforms to be completely pedestrian during festivals and allows traffic and pedestrians on normal days. The street is a treat to the eye for every pedestrian because of its transforming activities throughout the day. Jane Jacob speaks about primary mixed use bringing in secondary activities which vanish slowly when the primary mixed use closes. We see that Gandhi Bazaar is weaved into a setting or containing educational institutions, religious buildings, parks, and residences. The street vendors have settled since long time and vending has become primary activity drawing many other vendors onto the street, hence making the street socially inclusive and safe. Now I would like my friend architect Deepthi Adiga to talk about the theories of Jan Gale and the similarities on the street of Gandhi Bazaar.
Some of the important parameters listed by Jan Gale include sensory experiences, dependent activities, and walkability. One can clearly observe that Gandhi Bazaar provides a pedestrian with many sensory experiences to reminisce upon. As Jan Gale rightly points out in his book Life Between Buildings, the right amount of sensory experiences on the street heightens our memory of the street and thereby promotes its usability. The following video helps us visualize the sensory experiences the street has to offer. As observed in Gandhi Bazaar, a single activity is strong enough to stimulate another activity and a chain of events is spurred from there. A famous restaurant attracts vendors, pan stalls to be set up right outside the premise. Puja stores, or the colloquially called Grantike Angadi, have beetle and flower stall vendors in front of them. Street vendors are constantly in search of visibility as they promote the act of commodification. These acts also enhance the duration of stay of a person outdoors and thereby increase the publicness of the place. Slow traffic means lively streets, says Jan Gale. We do find that this statement holds good on the busy streets of Gandhi Bazaar. One can observe people walking leisurely on the streets of Gandhi Bazaar, engrossing on the heavenly smell of the flowers, food items, and the puja stores. Street life is enhanced as people have constant visibility to the activities that happen along the street. Strong sightlines are present, hence people can constantly see the spaces which promote usability of the place. Now, I would like my friend architect Vijaya Hegde to talk about Alan Jacob theories with respect to Gandhi Bazaar.
Alan Jacob, like the other theorists, highlights that street can become a public space. It should include all the physical qualities of the street that contribute to make it memorable, pleasant, and experiential. The street of Gandhi Bazaar is covered by evergreen and deciduous trees that allow light into the street and make it comfortable to walk. Nevertheless, the canopy cover obstructs the view of the pedestrian and the building owner to the street. The edge condition at Gandhi Bazaar can be visualized at three positions: building edge, pathway, and parking. The edges are blurred due to the appropriation of people on these spaces, even though there are barricades forming hard edges. The streetscape has been given least importance on the street. There are few potholes, footpath without pavers, cables hanging, signboards and benches to rest that are not designed and need to be looked into. Street lights are at intervals and light up the streets in the night. The street retains certain historic buildings because of which people can relate to the story of Gandhi Bazaar. From shop houses to shops with balconies connecting to the street and are seen transforming into Art Deco style buildings and modern buildings that create a disconnect to the pedestrians on the street. The endpoints of the streets are marked well. Ramakrishna Ashram Circle and Tagore Circle Park mark the endpoints of the street and have pause points in between. These pause points create disconnect to pedestrians because of the traffic and barricade. Research is required to make these Indian streets more pedestrian friendly without creating disconnect, which could be applied into the other bazaar streets of India. The highlights of our analysis is as follows. Gandhi Bazaar street is constantly monitored. Mixed use draws many secondary activities on the street. There are dependent activities which create publicness on the street. One can find many experiences to heighten our sensory responses. There is a lot of scope to improvise the street to make it pedestrian friendly. Streetscaping needs a relook and redesign. Appropriation is imperative and hence needs more research to make accommodative in design in Indian context. Parking needs to be looked into to make the street pedestrian friendly. Now I request my friend architect Deepthi Adiga to bring the topic to a conclusion.
The opportunity of applying the above theorist lesson materializes several important takeaways for improvising publicness in the streets. While both Jane Jacob and Jan Gill focus more on a people-oriented approach, Alan Jacob looks more into a place-oriented approach. Intricate observation techniques are a common thread that connects all the three, wherein Jane Jacob and Jan Gill seek for a more empathy-oriented perspective and Alan Jacob seeks for a more practice-oriented perspective. All of them, however, are strong advocates for pedestrian-friendly streets. Every effort of improvisation in Gandhi Bazaar should definitely promote pedestrianization along with the required impetus for it. Any proposal for better street design in Indian scenario must definitely consider the concept of appropriation, which we Indians cannot do without. We would like to conclude the presentation with this thought. The party of street life in India is fueled constantly by the diversity of activities that inhabit them and the various stakeholders that are involved. The essence of our country to a large extent resides in our street life. Thank you. We will leave you with the references to complete the paper.
A very pleasant morning to everyone. Today we are going to discuss our research on integrating blue infrastructure to promote socially inclusive urban spaces. The aim of this research is to examine the possible application of different design placemaking strategies around blue infrastructure to promote socially viable spaces in urban areas. So why the need for this research? We begin with a quote by Aristotle that human by nature is a social animal. The need for this is further emphasized in this pandemic where the social inclusivity has reduced to a different low. Need for socially cohesive spaces in urban areas. So we come to a survey which is conducted by WHO stating that there is an increase in demand for mental health services, and this is because of social isolation in the pandemic, considered as the major reason for this problem. And other problems identified is the lesser number of places to connect with the environment in urban settings. So there are fewer places where people connect in an urban setting to that space. In the changing social structure in today's times, there is a need to individuals taking part in the society as well as nurturing a feeling of belonging into a space. It also emphasizes the need to things such as rivers, canals, ponds, wetlands, decentralized strategies like bioswales, flood plains, water treatment facilities, etc. These blue infrastructures are linkages of that urban area, and during these rapid changes, people have lost the connect with the blue infrastructure. These blue infrastructure settings offer a wide range of ecosystem services to promote a healthy urban living environment. The studies also show that they improve air quality, water storage and drainage, and noise reduction. Interdisciplinary approach in understanding urban design, blue infrastructure, and social inclusivity can contribute to a structure of a healthy and livable environment, which in turn promotes this, and community engagement can be done around this infrastructure. And then after that, we have to identify different placemaking strategies which can help us achieve this goal of socially cohesive spaces. Moving ahead, we have to first understand the needs or what are the problems which we face with blue infrastructure and social infrastructure. So needs are maintenance is a problem, sense of belonging, missing public infrastructure around the blue infrastructure. Even if there is in public infrastructure, poor access routes, grey water treatment and waste disposal, policy and law enforcement infrastructure which needs to be in place in an urban setting. And then when we talk about social infrastructure, we talk about the mental health, livability index, physical health,
community building in a certain specific space, valued roles in communities, a sense of belonging needs to be developed to a space, and a sense of security or dependability on an individual or on a group of individuals or in a community. So with the help of all placemaking strategies and urban design, both the need parallels can be achieved. Uh, for achieving these goals or the targets which we are talking about as socially cohesive spaces, we need to map these parameters or sustainable placemaking strategies so that identified strategies is applicable to the specific need of that place. For example, so we have identified these sustainable placemaking strategies into environmentally sustainable practices, economically viable practices, and socially adaptable practices. So here we can see that environmentally sustainable practices can be applied to a space where there is a need to develop environmentally sustainable practices, or we can identify a space where maybe socially adaptable practices might work much better than economically viable practices, or vice versa. So we'll understand that in further depth, that how they contribute. For example, environmentally sustainable practices. They contribute in maintaining a hydrological balance, can contribute in protecting environmentally sensitive areas from urban development, waterways restoration, impact reduction. They also help in minimizing the impact of urban development on the environment, natural habitats enhancement. So they help in enhancing the diversity of natural habitats and landscapes, groundwater recharge, etc. So all these together are contributed in this practice of environmental sustainability. Now we are talking about economically viable practices. So what are these practices? They're capital cost saving, reduced sizing of drains and stormwater infrastructure, water quality and cost saving, developers cost saving. So reduce developer contribution to downstream drainage capacities and open space requirements, as these can be dually used with placemaking strategies used by the people for the people, and people, the maintenance can be taken care of likewise. Improved market value, making such developments more desirable and marketable. So if there is some infrastructure which is catering around a space, it automatically improves the market value of that space. And improved resource utilization. So when you use a resource smartly, it also mental and physical health. Then linking. So water in general provides good nodal links through the city and through or within the city and through different cities as well, and adding a heritage value. So the opportunity to link the cultural values of waterfront engagement which have been there in India in the past, and reinstalling the blue infrastructure to be a part of the public life. Now, as we have seen the practices and we have seen the mapping of these practices, so what are the placemaking strategies or the design strategies we will need to make to achieve these practices? So talking about this, placemaking strategies are a way to design, plan and manage and operate a public space to the full potential, to promote an approach to planning, designing, managing of public spaces. These strategies help in transforming the underutilized area and getting out the maximum potential of that area in creative, good community spaces. The linkages of blue infrastructure and social infrastructure help in coherently addressing the needs of both the issues, not just one. So it is interdependent. They can help, both of them help each other and act as a tool in different placemaking strategies, and could be achieved with different interventions to form a cohesive urban environment. So we have identified the practices, we have identified the strategies, and we will need few interventions to achieve that strategy. Knowing all this, posting areas, etc. Now, how do we achieve this strategy? There will be few interventions that we will have to do to achieve this strategy. So what are these interventions? Again, we have mapped the interventions as well. For example, if we are talking about water sporting areas, so we have the interventions of speedboat, watercrafts, motor, jet ski, water scooter, pedal. So we have all these mapped. Then if we are talking about socially cohesive practices, so socially cohesive practices will we will have to promote strategies like riverfront promenades, walkways, walks, public passive recreational areas, community engagement areas, and religious areas. How do we achieve it? Again, there will be interventions needed. So if you are talking about public passive recreational areas, What could those areas be? Shaded sitting plazas can be adopted, amphitheaters, infrastructures like toilet, watchtowers, information centers, health infrastructures like skating tracks, open gyms, safety infrastructures like lighting, emergencies, etc. If you are talking about environmentally sustainable practices, there are strategies like biodiversity park, natural river edge, recharge zones, and then there are interventions like detention, retention basins, bioswales, green construction techniques, which can be used to achieve these strategies. And finally, the goal which we are promoting, if environmental sustainability or whatever. And together, the mapping of this, placing a strategy and then seeing how it works, we have it in place that okay, fine, this is the target for that place, and then we have a goal to reach. So we are going to use this intervention, use this strategy, and we are going to achieve that goal. And the most important outcome of this research also reflects on a transdisciplinary approach to problem solving. So if we are taking three disciplines of blue infrastructure, placemaking, and social cohesivity, we can have a reduced risk of collapse of urban design system, as the interlinkages of infrastructure help in a more democratic approach of problem solving, where they are all interdependent on each other. So there will be, if there one system collapse, the other will take it forward.
Hello everyone, it's a long interesting day today. I request your patience and attention for a few minutes. Hi, I'm architect Kalyani Varade from Nashik City, Maharashtra, and I'm honored to be here. Our journey for next few minutes shall revolve around the topic which is the responsibility of all of us and everyone, that is municipal solid waste management. Introduction of this topic. Solid waste management is a worldwide phenomenon, and now an immense mission in India will be more co-founded with the increase in urbanization and changing lifestyle. Inappropriate practices and public unconcern towards municipal solid waste have worsened the things. A dedicated and arranged framework should be followed to manage municipal solid waste. Definition of solid waste. The useless and unnecessary products in the solid form generate from the residential, industrial, or commercial areas. It is generated either by product manufacturing systems or arise from the domestic or commercial fields when objects or materials are thrown after use, and majorly due to debris from construction and demolition debris from roads, residential houses, commercial establishments, scrap from vehicles, and agriculture. Solid waste management helps to minimize the negative impact on the environment and human health. Municipal solid waste typically contains 51% of organic waste, 17% recyclable, 11% hazardous, and 21% inert waste. Disadvantages of bad practices of solid waste management are choking as well as pollution of surface water, challenges for the municipalities, landfill sites which emit harmful greenhouse gases, groundwater contamination, and global warming. Objectives of this study are to study the current practices of solid waste management in India, to find the loopholes in current solid waste management system, to study the characteristics of solid waste management of Indian government, to assess improved solid waste management practices of Indore city as a case study, to understand about the government rules and regulations of solid waste management thoroughly, to know more about the working organizations of solid waste management in India, to study the sustainable solutions at the individual level for solid waste management, to study the techniques for reducing and elimination of adverse impacts of solid waste on human health and environment. I have referred few literature for this literature review and literature study. Types of solid waste are municipal solid waste. It includes household waste, waste from streets, from residential and commercial complexes, construction and demolition debris, and sanitation residue, treated biomedical waste. Second type, industrial solid waste (ISW), includes hazardous waste contain corrosive and highly inflammable toxic substances. Third type, biomedical waste and hospital waste. It includes infectious waste like sharps, soil waste, disposables, anatomical waste in the form of disposable syringes, swabs, bandages, body fluids, and human excreta. The next type, agriculture waste, includes composed of organic waste and waste such as plastic, scrap machinery, fencing, pesticides, waste oils, and veterinary medicines. And the next one, radioactive waste. Main source of radioactive waste is nuclear power plants and also nuclear testing labs, industrial establishments, etc. It includes irradiated fuel too. Solid waste management methods in India. Basically, solid waste management carried out by two different methods in India. First one is centralized method. In centralized method, strategic planning, goal setting, budgeting is typically conducted by a single or a senior leader or a leadership team. In decentralized method, in contrast, formal decision-making power is distributed across multiple individuals or teams. This information has been collected from the website indiawaterportal.organization. Solid waste disposal methods. Waste management is a very important methodology to achieve waste reduction. The advantages of waste management are both financial and environmental. Now let's see the disposal methods. Non-engineered disposal. This is the most common method of disposal in low-income countries or low-income areas. The second method of disposal is thermal treatment. Incineration is the combustion of method is used to dispose the biodegradable waste with two types of process, aerobic process and anaerobic process. Landfills and open dumping is another method for solid waste disposal in India. Sanitary landfill is fully engineered disposal option which avoids harmful effects of uncontrolled dumping by spreading, compacting and covering the wasteland that has been carefully engineered before. And the another one is recycling method. Recycling is the integrated method of solid waste which convert waste into useful product. This method helps to reduce amount of waste, cost of waste handling and landfill disposal, and thus helps to conserve non-renewable sources and natural resources. Rules, regulations and organizations associated with solid waste management in India were the part of my literature. The National Action Plan or the policy proposed is an outline of indicative. The sixth step, the National Action Plan suggested by CPCP government body gives basic objectives and broad framework in accordance with the solid waste management rules. The concept of 4 hours for each one of us to reduce waste. Solid waste is the responsibility of every citizen. A waste reduction strategy should be followed by each of us, whether at home or at work, by implementing the 4 hours principle. This will not only minimize the quantity of the solid waste, but turn that waste into a resource and also save our fast depleting natural resources. Madhya Pradesh, Indore city, has been ranked India's cleanest city for the fourth consecutive year by Swachh Sarvekshan 2020. Initially, Indore city had very poor service quality levels and often dumped the garbage in open government land, empty plots, leading to health hazards for citizens. Collection of Indore city. Now let's see the implementation of door-to-door collection system. In order to implementation successful door-to-door collection system, an identification study had to be carried out, which helped to figure out the amount of waste generated at each ward and the population of each ward. On the basis, a detailed route plan was prepared to cover all wards. Based on the route plan, a detailed vehicle and staff deployment plan was implemented in order to meet the waste collection demand of each ward. So here is the modern method, new method of waste collection of the Indore city. This is the tipper, a partition waste collection vehicle. In this vehicle, there is a partition for waste, dry waste and wet waste, and here the third compartment for the hazardous waste. The dry waste collection also has two parts: semi-bulk generators to generate or to collect 25 to 100 kg, and the bulk generators for the collection more than 50 kgs. Now let's see the GIS the use of GIS tool in this solid waste management system. GIS provide a powerful context to import, manage, and analyze this spatially based data. Method is implementing in 3 steps. GIS is this tool is used for relocation of waste bins, resectorization, and optimal routing. GIS tool helps to collect database of the community bins, ward-wise list of collection points, types of storage bins used. With the help of GIS and the field survey, this map is taken showing the number of bins is needed to be allocated in the study area. This helps to take decisions about routing of solid waste transport. So here we can see this is the initial image of the dustbins position. After that, relocation of waste bins has been done. The conclusions of this study are the municipalities in India consider the solid waste as a challenge, though it's a main aspect of urban development that is becoming more challenging with the increasing population and migration into cities for various reasons. The approach of all people in the society towards solid waste should be changed. Everyone should start the solid waste segregation responsibly from their own offices or home itself. Policies and strategies to reduce solid waste management should be adopted. Many organizations in India are used to the maximum for solid waste planning. And the limitations of this study. This research study is limited to types of solid waste management methods, and solid waste disposal methods. This research is limited to one city of India about studying the municipal solid waste management system. There was scope of discussion on sustainable methods of solid waste management, digital tools to be used for solid waste management, challenges of solid waste management system in India. Therefore, further research needs to be extended to these factors. Thank you for being an excellent virtual audience.
Goods which the ecosystem provides to human beings, and taking the context of urban area, I have chosen the case of Pavna River ecosystem, which is in Pimpri Chinchwad, Pune. For the proposal, which actually is not included in the research paper, but consumption of natural resources, urbanization and ecosystem to lower the environmental ecosystem services in urban areas, and how the impact has caused. The case of Pavna River in Pimpri Chinchwad is dependent on the surface water, riparian areas which are developed because of that topography. There are uplands and there is a groundwater recharge, and the groundwater which is there in that area because of the topography. It is the interface between land and river, green ribbon, and with the stream. Number, the Indian rivers have been viewed at as providers of water and receivers of wastewater and effluents, which is a very bad scenario. The ecosystem links between upstreams, downstreams, floodplains, and riparian areas have not been the focus of any river improvement schemes or development projects, which hope so within these previous 5 years in the ecology conservation as a framework for land use planning. I have explained the abstract and the background study before, and the direct and indirect contributions of ecosystems to human well-being. They support directly or indirectly our survival and quality of life. The improper balance between ecosystem services and developments has raised the temperatures in cities, giving rise to the urban heat island effect known as UHI. Urban areas can generate multiple ecosystem services through design and restoration techniques to reduce environmental impact and ecological footprint. Economic and decision-making tools and institutions growing day by day, defining its land use. Now, this paper reviews the contribution of ecosystem services in Chinchwad area of Pimpri-Chinchwad Municipal Corporation, Pune, along the stretch of Pavna River. Initially, network diagram or mind mapping is derived from the literature review. There are various components of ecosystem services, and the study is restricted only to three major components of ecosystem services, that is water, vegetation, and land in the stretch. Analysis is done through information collection in the form of graphical and hierarchical methods. For hierarchical method, AHP technique is used, in which the information is put in hierarchical manner as per their priorities. For graphical method, actual photographs of the river area, its site analysis, Google images are used to identify the issues and problems in the restoration with the help of two methods. One is AHP technique and second is graphical method with the help of Google images and maps. Third step is the data interpretation. The data gathered and represented in above methods and steps is compared to derive observations and findings. And last step is the recommendations. Finally, after the analysis of such case, few recommendations are concluded from the research for the analysis. Here, if you see this highlighted areas, this is the hospital which is very near to the river in this zone. And mean sea level of 560 to 570 meters in the selected stretch of Pavna River. Map 6 shows the land use plan 2006 of the area belt which is demarcated near Pavna River is diminishing in further stretch so much that the highlighted area has no green belt near the river. In fact, the proposed road is touching the river bank and indicates the encroachment of developmental. Also, an alarming situation on Pavna River and rich biodiversity that exists due to riparian zone discipline is maintained by citizens. Seeing the photographs. These are the photographs. The
Sincere greetings to the International E-Conference participants, organizers and panelists. Retrofuturism, it is facing challenges such as pollution, illegal encroachments, etc. It also weakens the cultural connect of the younger generation with the interface. The research paper focuses at this aspect of the land-water interface with reference to the case example of Pune city. Aspects of evolution of the old core, the cultural connections to the land-water interface, cultural outlook at the water-land interface. Water has always been a metaphor of worship, spirituality, and rituals. The human interaction with water has various facets with respect to space and time. Development of Pune, a chronological review. Originally, Pune was a very small hamlet situated near the Mula river. Punya Vishay, or meaning the holy region, has been derived due to the confluence of two rivers, Mula and Mutha. Pune is known as the cultural capital of Maharashtra. It is also known as the Oxford of the East. Pune city recently is now experiencing a rapid growth with respect to urbanization in the near future. The land-water interface and Pune city. The resident of Pune, popularly called as Punekar, has developed a keen recognition to have strong associations with the city. Mula Mutha river is one such very strong connection that the Punekar has. The Mutha river originates in the small village Mutha and joins the river Mula. 7 upstream dams provide water to the river Mula along with numerous small tributaries. These are certain visuals of the land-water interface at the Pune city. The Ganesh festival of Pune and the river. Ganesh festival of Pune has now gained recognition across the globe. The festival ends with the dispersion of idol of the Lord Ganesh in the holy river water. The festival actually is a very deeply culturally associated attribute to the core of Pune. visiting the river on the last day of Ganesh festival and dispersing the Ganesh idol, singing Aarti, interacting with fellow residents, and being along the river edge for some time before coming home actually is the true sense of Ganesh festival. These are again certain visuals of the festival. You can see the river edge and the interface. The right hand side images show the initial dispersion of the Ganesh idols in the river, while as the other images show the tanks that have been built by the authorities to discourage people from immersing idols in the river and in a way help the environmental upgradation of the river. The death anniversary also plays an important aspect with the river. It is the ritual which has been carried out by the residents of Pune. A food offering in the memory of dead is carried and offered in the flowing part of the river. It is observed that members of the younger generation will offer food in the small bins kept by the authorities instead of putting them in the river. This is how the changing mindset of a Punekar is establishing an environmental reconnection with the river, but still will want to visit the river edge, take blessings, and then return home. Certain images showing the death anniversary ritual at the interface. The current scenario and the various proposals for the river development. These proposals are numerous in numbers by individuals, groups, and these proposals normally offer beautification project of the river edge. There are a few projects which are done by environmental groups to upgrade the quality of river in terms of environmental sensitivity. Unfortunately, both this particular popular projects in terms of environmental upgradation or the recreational upgradation are not being implemented. The present development proposals ignore or neglect the immense potential of the present land-water interface. The strong cultural connection needs to be established by providing the right kind of infrastructure to create the sense of place. In this view, a survey of aspirations and perceptions of the citizens of Pune towards the interface was carried out. The survey was done using online Google Forms. 59 responses were received. The survey was done in between the Garwari Bridge, Deccan Gymkhana area and the Sangam Point, Holkar Ghat, and questionnaire comprised of questions related to user perception, user pattern, and the details of the respondent. The survey was conducted as an exploratory research due to the limited sample size. These are the results of the survey. These graphs indicate the respondent details. These graphs indicate the usage patterns with reference to recreation walks, visiting the interface for Ganesh immersion, visiting the temples near the interface, further visiting the interface for death anniversary rituals, time spent at the interface, frequency of visiting the interface, etc. These graphs represent the respondent aspirations. What aspirations do the user would want to have to be performed at the interface, which will include recreation walks, eating activities, boating, religious activities, etc. These are the perceptions of the respondents with respect to the interface. How safe do they feel? Is the river polluted according to them? How much, to what degree? Is the infrastructure proper? Is the situation of flood creating a danger? Or is the approach to the river edge difficult? Further, a positive feedback was asked from the respondents with respect to the interface as to how do they feel emotionally at the interface. The last portion of the survey was to find out the respondents' relation with the interface. This included their number of years that they lived in Pune, the proudness about the heritage of Pune, getting the river cleaned, removing the threat of flood situation in the river, creating a calm and a peaceful environment at the interface, and performing religious activities of the interface. Based on the interviews, based on the survey questionnaires, following is what the researchers have arrived at the discussion. Although the degree of agreement varies, but an inclination is seen to get the interface free of tangible and intangible challenges. Public participation in development of such spaces is more vital since these spaces offer healthy, secure, environmentally sustainable, and social spaces. The pollution control, flood control, and environmental preservation activities should be primarily addressed over and above the other provisions for infrastructural facilities towards religious and social activities. In conclusion, we would like to put to record that the cultural ethos of the city core is enhanced through the activities performed at the interface. The ambience boosts the social interactions when the land-water interface is properly preserved with respect to the environmental and design. The interface supports the social exchanges and surges the contact of nature with citizens. It is evident in this study that the analysis of responses of respondents belonging to the city make a clear note of the importance of the interface in enhancing the livability of the city. It is apparent in the study that decision makers should provide adequate funding to the interface that would not only help the growth of the city in a sustainable way, but would make the interface more open to citizens in a democratic way of all inclusiveness. These are certain references. Thank you for your attention.
We would like to welcome Dr. David Goodman, sir. I hope you're here.
Yeah, Professor Goodman is here.
I am here. I don't know if I'm visible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're visible. Hello, Professor. How are you?
Hello. I'm not able to see myself, but I
We
guess
can
I don't
see
need
you.
that because I know what I look
we
like.
can see you. Welcome.
Professor Joyson, sir, is the conference mentor. Dr. Gauri Shiurkar, ma'am, is the conference convener, director of SAUDP. Ma'am, you are on mute. Yeah. Hello, Dr. David. How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you. I'm well.
Yeah,
How are you today?
welcome, a very warm welcome on behalf of Symbiosis Skills and Professional Universities School of Architecture, Urban Development and Planning. We are so glad that you accepted our invitation and have joined here. This pandemic has some good effects, so we can be really in touch with so many people across the globe, and we can share so much of knowledge. And I'm really glad that all these participants have got this opportunity to listen to so many stalwarts. And thank you again for being there today and accepting my invitation. Thanks a lot.
It's a pleasure. Thanks.
Yes. Over to you, Joyson, sir, if you would like to.
No, I think it's a really a wonderful, graceful occasion to have Professor David Goodman, and I think it's really worth at this point of the conference to hear to his words of wisdom, to his pointers, to his special, pointers, I should say again, which will make us more conscious, more alert, and more intelligent about what we do, what we see, and how we perceive things. So I think it's really a pleasure and a great delight to have Professor Goodman. And I think we are in a position to give the floor to Professor Goodman and kindly request him to present his ideas and deliberation. So over to you, madam, actually. Madam, unmute.
Yeah, Meenal, you can proceed further.
Yes, yes. I would like to ask Sanviti or Preeti, you can introduce Dr. David Goodman, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. David Goodman, Associate Dean at IE School of Architecture and Design, Spain. He's the keynote speaker for the valedictory session. He received his doctorate in business administration from the IE Business School, master's degree in architecture from Harvard University, graduate school of design, and completed degrees with honors in government and in history of architecture and urbanization from Cornell University. His current research deals with organizations founded in periods of socio-economic crisis and with the ways in which the built environment can inform organizational design, control, and surveillance. He is co-author of the book, An Introduction to Architecture Theory, 1968 to the present, and his works has also appeared in the journals A+T and Log, in the anthology Chicago Architecture, History's Revision Alternatives, and in the book Walter Netsch's A Critical Appreciation and Source Book. Before co-founding his firm, Roadwork Studio, he worked in the studio of Rafael Monnier in Madrid and for David Woodhouse Architects and Nigel Hartree Architects in Chicago. He has taught architecture at the Alliance Institute of Technology in Chicago, Harvard University Graduate School of Design, and Boston Architectural College. A very warm welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm sorry it's in this format. I certainly wish I could have been with you there in Pune someday, perhaps. It's a bit intimidating to be called upon for words of wisdom. I've never been accused of possessing any of it. I just ask my children, but I will do my best to provide a reasonable facsimile thereof. So if you would bear with me one moment, I will share my screen and we will do the races. Okay, so what I want to talk about today is based in part on a paper I published a couple of years back in the Journal of Architectural Education, and it deals with paths forward. And in an occasion like this, where I'm being called on for a keynote, I do feel a certain responsibility to offer a path forward. And I was inspired by the work I read in the book of abstracts, as well as the presentations I was able to see now, and that they deal very directly with challenges. And there's no shortage of challenges wherever we may be, especially now, perhaps. But the question that I usually get is something like this: what is the future of architecture? And I can give you the answer. I have the answer to this question. I can give it to you right here. At least I thought I could. There it is. There's my answer. And I would further complicate that answer by saying, if we're totally honest, nobody really knows this. We get lots of prescriptions, predictions, and blithe statements about what architecture must be, should be, will be. We don't know this. But all we can hope to do, I think, is to take account of what's going on. Let that account be informed by what we know from the past and look for opportunities. So what I'm about to show you isn't meant to be a roadmap. It's not meant to be prescriptive. It is meant to describe some of the challenges we've got. What I do think we can know is that those challenges that we've got will require us to be innovative and can also engage our own disciplinary traditions as architects and designers, right? That is, we have to be responsible on the one hand to society broadly, That is, we have to be useful, we have to solve problems, but we also are custodians of architecture. I'm an architect. Others here are from other disciplines in the built environment, but we have a history as architects, as designers. Our discipline comes with generations and generations of history and traditions, and we've got to be faithful to those traditions and that discipline, and also responsible practitioners, responsible citizens who use our skills to make things a little bit better. So what can I say about the future? Well, I think the only few things I might be able to say with a certain degree of certainty is it's probably going to be too hot. It's also going to be too dry, and it will simultaneously be too wet. So that is, we've got some real challenges ahead of us, not to mention those related to the present pandemic, other social issues. There's no shortage of social issues for us to dig our hands into. But what I want to talk about today is based on this piece. I would encourage you to look it up. It says it far more eloquently than I will be able to say it today. You can find it in the Journal of Architectural Education from 2019. And what I'm going to elaborate a bit is that path forward. And I should also add that a lot of the examples and references that I'm going to make are not in India. I presume that some of it will be relevant. Other references may not be so much relevant. These references are based in part in Europe, Latin America, South America, and the United States. That's my country, where I'm from originally, although I've been living in Spain for about a decade now. So if these references seem out of place, my apologies. I do hope that there's some common ground we can reach, that these references may be of use. Okay, so let's go on. So I want to begin with the idea that we're facing several crises, these overlapping crises. And architecture has lately been engaged in a mode of production that no longer needs the sign of an author. That is, these projects done in a kind of guerrilla warfare style, often without architects, often with citizen mobilization, they avoid individual authorship and they avoid disciplinary purity, instead changing that for a direct action on society. These kinds of projects, which we see around the world, are very small. They're often done in conjunction with neighborhood organizations. The role of the architect, the role of architecture with a capital A, for example, is less important perhaps than the social efficacy of the project. We do see work like Assemble, which has been given the sanction, let's say, of the Academy, Assemble in the United Kingdom. They were given, I believe, the Turner Prize a few years back. But we see projects around the world, I think we can find, that deal with the built environment and the challenges we face in a direct way, almost a political action mode of working, right? There's a challenge. I become an active citizen who has certain skills. In this case, they may be the skills of the architect or the planner, but I don't consider myself a planner so much as an active citizen. And I go and I solve the problem. We see a lot of this. And there is no small amount of debate about what this means. Scholars like Tatjana Schneider and Jeremy Till, Schneider based in Germany, in Braunschweig, and Till in the UK, they consider this mode of production to be emancipatory. That is, architecture can bring to bear its liberatory potential, problem-solving potential on society, and this is unabashedly a good thing. There are others who are skeptical. This is an article I wrote several years back that really aligned fully with the social objectives, but wondered what's happening to the project of architecture as an independent thing. Architecture on its own, not always in the service of something outside, architecture with its own traditions. We've also seen critiques from someone like Tal Kaminer, who says actually much of this work in reality undermines a lot of the regulations and structures that were precisely put in place to take care of the built environment, the natural environment. Or you get authors like Aureli, based in Italy, who argues that actually architecture can be most effective when it is an autonomous discipline. Okay, that architecture can resist best, can say no best when it is at a remove from society, when it's not getting its hands dirty, but it's removed. So think, for example, of the early work of someone like Aldo Rossi. Aldo Rossi's highly politically engaged architecture was meant to be remote, cool, not engaged, just a kind of distancing from what's going on. Now, all of this work seems to be of a different mode, not removing oneself from societal problems, but diving right in and addressing them. And I must say that this is important, this is useful, this is effective, this is a big part of what we ought to do. But the other question is, what then is lost of our discipline of architecture? Because I do think something is, or something may be lost. That's the animating question behind this research. And we begin with this pairing. I think it's a little too simple, but the role of the architect is sometimes described as oscillating between these two poles. On the one side, autonomy, architecture for architecture's sake, let's say, right? Architecture whose content is architecture, right? Architecture that is speaking mostly to other architects and to architecture history. That's the caricature, that's the full version of autonomy. On the other side, engagement, architecture that dives right in and solves problems and deals with problems. And our role as architects and as educators is to think about where architecture might most effectively lie, or where our own practices want to be. Okay, I would argue that this whole idea of engagement versus autonomy is far too simple. Far too simple, because within engagement, we find two different things that I think are completely contradictory. On the one hand, we have the kind of activism I was talking about. I'm going to take off my architect hat and I'm going to become an active citizen, and I'm going to get the neighborhood groups together and we're going to build something with local material, for example, right? I am engaged. The other is something that we might call projective. That is to say, I say yes to the big commissions from the corporations. I say yes to opportunities that are presented to me, and I don't worry so much about the consequences. Both of these could be considered engaged, right? I'm engaging with the clients that need my work, whether or not those clients share my social agenda, share my goals as an individual. And I'm alternatively just engaged with the broader societal questions of the day as an active citizen. So I'm not sure if that's clear. There are two different ways we can be engaged, right? One, by taking any client who will give us work, and another by thinking about ourselves less as an architect, more as an active citizen. These both are engagement, but they're sort of contradictory. Now, let's go over to the autonomy side of things. Autonomy might be considered, oops, I'm sorry. There are two ways to think about autonomy. On the one hand, we can think of autonomy as the classic sense of the author signing a project. Think, I don't know, Frank Gehry, for example, right? The architect who makes architecture to appear in magazines and signs, and maybe the architect has a line of I don't know, designer sunglasses or kitchenware, right? Signature work, okay? The stuff that wins Pritzker Prizes, generally speaking. The other side is something we might call Adornian disciplinarity, and this comes from the musicologist, theorist Theodor Adorno from the Frankfurt School, who really talked about art, architecture by extension, but music primarily, really needing to retreat to its own disciplinary conventions and to be about only itself in order to resist what's going on outside. Right? So on the one hand, autonomy is big authorship. It is, I am an architect, I am pure creator, right? And it is also, I am the architect, I am the custodian of my discipline, and the best way, according to Adorno, to protect my discipline is to say no to everything that would contaminate it, right? This sees all of the social factors as extraneous to making pure architecture, okay? These four different things are actually not, it's not just a pairing. It's not just an autonomy versus engagement situation. There are four, oops, I'm sorry, I'm going backwards here, going in the wrong direction. There are four possibilities. Two different kinds of autonomy, two different kinds of engagement. Now, let's step back for a second and talk about these two guys. Harold Rosenberg and Clement Greenberg, art critics, rivals in the New York art scene in the 1950s. And they had two very different understandings of what good art was and what art should be about. And what I want to do is to highlight their differences of opinion with regard to abstract expressionism, what they liked, why they liked it, because I think it can be useful for us. In addition, what I want to do is to use taxonomy, that is a system of classification, as a way for us to figure out paths forward. When we name different modes of architectural production with greater precision, maybe we can identify areas for further work. This is the secondary goal of my conversation today. Because taxonomy and labeling things and codifying things, this is nothing new. Okay, this is Perrault from the 17th century, giving us a very high definition catalog of the classical orders, of the 5 orders. Le Corbusier also had his system of categorizing things, both through the 5 points or through his different modes of composition. Someone like Charles Jenks has given us a complete taxonomy of architectural trajectories, or more recently, Alejandro Polo. This is published in an issue of El Croquis, giving us a diagram that I confess I cannot fully understand, that proposes to map all of architecture, all of present-day architecture through overlapping categories. Now, I'm interested in this kind of thing because I think it can help us, again, position ourselves, think about how do I see myself? What is interesting to me? What do I dislike? How am I going to differentiate myself, right? But I think these diagrams could be done with greater precision. And of course, the idea of labeling things, we can look at Linnaeus or other systems like the periodic table. This is an early periodic table by Mendeleev in 1871. These are useful, especially in the case of the periodic table, because the periodic table predicts the existence of elements where none yet have been found, right? That is, if we understand the chemical makeup of the elements, theory tells us these elements ought to be out there. In 1871, Mendeleev didn't find them. They weren't available yet. But theoretically, they should be available to us. This is my goal with this research, to find those empty spots on the periodic table. Theory tells there ought to be an architecture like this. Theory would suggest it should exist, but I don't know of it. Or if it exists, I haven't seen it yet, or there's not much of it, right? This is the secondary goal. So let's break down that matrix model. So that model of engagement really isn't one thing, it's 2 things. Autonomy really isn't one thing, it's 2 things. And what we end up with is a kind of matrix where on the one side, on the x-axis, we're talking about, is architecture worldly or is it disciplinary? That is the architecture we make engaged in the world around us? Is it engaged with the problems of the day or the issues of the day? What I saw in the presentations immediately before my presentation, these were worldly. They were dealing with real world challenges, real world issues. On the other side, we would have something that we would call purely disciplinary. That is, it's architecture about architecture, architecture about the making of architecture. So let's talk about, I don't know, the early work of Peter Eisenman, right, where the drawings are maybe more important than the buildings. Yes, that's the x-axis. Now, the y-axis in this kind of diagram describes our position to the world. So let's say, for example, there are 2 different kinds of worldly architecture. An architecture that is worldly, it's in the world and it resists, right? It's architecture that resists the status quo, that tries to fight against things that we diagnose. And the other is an architecture that's out in the world that says, yes, that takes the commissions, that does the work, that doesn't think so much about one's own personal ethics, if one has ethics, and is more just about doing the work, satisfying another kind of need, right? A need that organizations may present. Now, the other way of doing this is through resistance, right? An architecture that shouts, no, I say no. Okay, is that clear? Are there any questions? I suppose you can put them in the chat and I can address them here, right? Now, there's a couple of other complicating factors we should think about. Now, the first is, who drives the work? Is it us? Is it us as authors? Is it our desire that leads us to do things? Or is it what the client asks of us? It's a big question, right? What animates us? What makes us wake up in the morning? Our own burning desires or our desire to satisfy the needs of others? The second is, when will this change happen? Let's say we want to make change. Well, a worldly architecture says, well, let's get to it. Let's make that change now, this morning, immediately. Right? I'm going to go out there and I'm going to make it with my hands, and I'm going to bring my friends, and we're going to go build it with what we can find and make it. Right? There's a range of that immediately to, well, I'm laying plans for some future state where such a thing might be possible. Okay, so this actually further complicates our diagram. And if we do that, we end up with something that looks like this. That is, we can have an architecture that is disciplinary, that is architecture for architects, by architects, for architects, that is resistant, it says no. Architecture that is out in the world and resisted, that's much of the work I showed you, these sort of urban collectives that get up and do the work immediately. We can have another kind of work that we would call projective, that would be worldly and accommodative. Think Ran Koolhaas and his offshoots, that is architecture that generally says yes to the world as it is and tries to work within it. And architecture of the big celebrity architects, okay, Gehry, Zaha Hadid, etc. If we like, we can divide architecture into those 4 quadrants. And you see, there are no open spaces here. It's all been accounted for. So let's see what else we can find out. And if you will bear with me, I'd like to go back to that historical example. Now, Harold Rosenberg was an art critic who really admired the work of Jackson Pollock. And Pollock said action painting was a new kind of painting. It was really interesting to him. And I'm going to read this quote. Rosenberg said in 1952, "The painter no longer approaches his easel with an image in his mind. He went up to it with material in his hand to do something to that other piece of material in front of him. The image would be the result of this encounter." That is, for Rosenberg, the work of somebody like Pollock was interesting, not because it represented anything, but because it recorded the artist doing something in time. Okay, it's Jackson Pollock throwing paint at a canvas. Right here, we see him on the left. The painting is merely the recording of that action. This is Rosenberg's description, and this is why he values action painting. We could, I think, make an analogy between the work of Pollock, action painting, and what we might call action architecture. That is architecture that has no preconceived notion of what it's going to do, or no real consciousness of the discipline outside, just merely doing something in a given moment. Right? It's a recording of a moment in time, it's an action. Now, Greenberg had a different view. Greenberg's view would respond more to the work of somebody like the American painter Clifford Still or Mark Rothko, who he considered to be disciplinary painters, that they were dealing with painterly conventions and they were fighting against painterly conventions, but they worked within the history of painting. And he says actually that in certain cases, big color field paintings like Clifford Still's or Mark Rothko's created a world. They created a kind of world we could lose ourselves into. And they become deeply moving to us, not merely decorative, but a kind of painting that can engulf us and create an atmosphere around us. And I want to keep that word out there, hanging. Atmosphere. Let's keep that word in mind because I think it's important. So between the two of them, between Greenberg and Rosenberg, we have a difference over what the role of painting could be. Is it just about recording a moment in time, or is it responding to a kind of disciplinary tradition of painting, something broader, something deeper and longer? But let's now revisit that matrix we had. We talked about there being, on the one hand, a difference in resistance versus accommodation, right? Do I say no? Do I say yes? Within that, we have another difference of, do I want to make that resistance now, or am I going to make my work immediate? The other is my accommodation, is my saying yes to the world, saying yes to what my client wants, or is it saying yes to what I, as the author, want? And if we add another consideration along the x-axis, one that would be atmospheric, let's say on the left, this is something more like what Greenberg is arguing for, architecture or painting that creates an atmosphere, right? On the one hand, or something concrete, something that is actually tangible, not atmospheric, on the other hand. Or within the disciplinary kind of work, is it disciplinary kind of work that's about form? I, the great architect, make this form, right, with my genius. Or the architect devised a technique. This is again something more like what Peter Eisenman was working on, right? This idea of let's say shifting grids or working with disciplinary conventions to make architecture. So now things become quite a bit more complicated. And we end up with a 16 square grid. Now, if I were to go through each one of these 16 squares, we could be here easily until tomorrow. Trust me, there is, for most of these squares, a kind of architecture we could identify. And I'm sure we can think of multiple examples if I go through each one of them. I won't do that here because I believe I have 4 minutes remaining, and I don't want to give you all a profound headache if I haven't already done so. But you will notice that I, either due to my lack of references in architecture, or or because it's just not out there, I am not able to identify 3 quadrants. That is an architecture, for example, that is worldly and resistant, but yet makes a concrete proposal for the future. That is number 12. Not sure what that would be. But the ones that I am most interested in here, of these 3, really provide us a way forward, okay? And I want to focus mostly on the atmospheric, that is quadrants 9 and 10. An architecture that is engaged in the problems of the day, as I think most of the presentations I saw today were. An architecture that is resistant in some way, an architecture that says this needs to stop, this needs to change, something is wrong, right? That's not to say this is the only way to work, it is a way to work, but there's no shortage of things to say no to in the world as we find it. The question is then, how is it going to happen? How is this resistance in the world going to happen? And I'm interested in this atmospheric way, because I don't think there's a lot of work being done in atmospheric work, atmospheric change. How can an atmosphere create change? Change it immediately or change in the future? I'm going to give you some examples here of what an atmospheric work might look like. This is an artist, an American artist named Alex Schrader. He's trained as an architect, works as an artist. This is called friable aperture. The material here is light and humidity. Okay, I think it's actually the kind of, it's mist. Or in other cases, he's using snow that is often used for theatrical productions. Okay, so it's actually like cornmeal or something like that. And light, combining to create an atmosphere. What is the political objective here? I'm not sure. Okay, but this is the kind of technique that I'm talking about. We also might see this in some projects we've seen at the Venice Biennale. This is the environmental engineering from Transolar, working with the Japanese architect Tetsuo Kondo in a cloudscape. This is manipulating humidity to create an effect. Or the later collaboration between Transolar and Anya Thierfelder, also at the Venice Biennale, where there's kind of a cloudscape landscape produced with light. How is this supposed to change things? And here's where I'm going to wrap up. And I'm going to refer to a brilliant essay by the German theorist Walter Benjamin. I'm going to read you something. He's not talking about architecture in this essay. The essay is called The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, written in 1936, sensing perhaps the rise of fascism in Europe and sensing certainly the rise of fascism in Europe, and seeing how art was being used by both sides, by fascists and anti-fascists. And he says, well, okay, buildings are a good example of how architecture can be, can create a lesson in people. People don't generally use architecture in a way where they're focusing on it. They use it, as he says, in distraction. Most people are affected by their buildings, not in the way that they might be affected by a book or a manifesto. We read a manifesto, we read it, we know we're being spoken to. We are either persuaded or not persuaded, right? But we know we're in the act of being persuaded, okay? Architecture, he says, has another way of affecting people, and that people don't realize it because they're not focused on it. They're using it, it's washing over them, it's affecting them, but it isn't necessarily proclaiming that it's doing so, okay? So this is the difference of a tourist looking at a building and saying, wow, how beautiful. Or us being affected by our buildings in our everyday life in the way that they have a political content, even if we're not aware. Okay. So Benjamin talks about the way architecture can, in distraction, affect us. And my thesis, if we do it right, is maybe one of the few quadrants left to explore. That is, if we're interested in making a difference, and also using our own disciplinary skills as architects and designers. Well, we know about the one way to do it, where we shed our disciplinary outfits, we shed our black shirts and our titles as architects, and we get involved with the community. This is valid. This is great. We know this. We can do this. What else is there? And I would argue that the one area that I've identified that we haven't yet worked in is maybe this atmospheric kind. How do we bring to bear our tools, our disciplinary tools as architects? How do we manipulate architectural tools to create atmospheres that may lead to some kind of change we might not be able to foresee? So it's a mysterious path forward, but this is the one I'm going to leave you with. Now, having dropped a 16 square matrix on you all, I wonder if there's time for any questions that you may have. And if not, I'd like to thank you so much for having given me this chance. I hope my comments were of some use to you. It's a pleasure to have seen some of your faces and the rest of your names on the screen. And I do hope that maybe we can do this again someday all together in one spot. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a great presentation. We got to learn so much. I would request Gauri ma'am for giving the thank you note.
Hello. I hope you can hear me. Somehow,
yes,
I'm not being able to. Okay. Yes, thank you so much, Dr. David. I'm really grateful, and I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of my school, my faculty members, all the delegates, and our university for being there today and giving such an insightful presentation, very, very thought-provoking. And I'm sure all the delegates must have got a better idea about what actually was meant in the conference, and they would get a direction for their research further. So once again, thank you so much for being there, and looking forward to many more such wonderful and meaningful interactions with you. I'll surely get in touch with you soon for something more. So I hope you're okay with it. I'm asking this on a public platform, but then I'm really looking forward to some more meaningful interaction.
It'll be a pleasure. Thank you.
I think we can continue. You can stay back and you can attain the further deliberations, sir. So please continue.
We will now continue with the remaining presentations from session 2.
Hello all. I, Sakshi Sonegra, along with my co-authors, Architect Preeti, Architect Pratishma, and Architect Payal, hereby take this opportunity to present before you all our paper, Streets for People, Reimagine Streets as Safe, Healthy, and Happy Public Spaces. Streets are the veins of a city. This paper talks about the proposals given for the competition, The Streets for People. Pimpri Chinchwad is an industrial town in Pune, Maharashtra, and we designed for the same town. It connects major industries with all kinds of vehicles from heavy to light. And the neighborhood streets are very well developed, but they need to be revamped along with time. It is predominant in its industrial land uses, private motor vehicles, that are two-wheelers and cars, comprises the lion's share of the daily transport trips. Non-water transportation modes are critical means of mobility for the workforces of PCMC's large industries. Many people, and especially children, walk and cycle their way to the school or their workplaces. In response to this, Pimpri-Chinchwad is looking for solutions to create a street people-oriented, safe and vibrant. For a few, this street is a place of livelihood. For some, a hangout place. For some, a playground, whereas for some, it's an extension of the house. This means different to different people. All these dynamic activities that the street certain makes up to the half of the activities of a neighborhood. With this paper, we show the various design proposals that are trying to resolve the above mentioned statement. We designed the street proposal for a 1.44 kilometer street located near Bhel Chowk in Nigdi Pradhikaran area. It has food vendors, other good services, two-wheelers, four-wheelers, hand carts, and the citizens. All of these are merged in the streets, creating a lot of confusion, commotion, chaotic, and an unsafe environment for the streets. We decided to decide a hierarchy of movement and maintenance, wherein pedestrians housed the highest priority, followed by cyclists, hawkers, and vehicles. Our main concept was striking segregated spaces. Currently, the street is used for the vehicular movement for its 80% and the rest 20% is available for the pedestrians. Our method was, and in order to fully comprehend the use and the user of the street, the adjoining land use should be thoroughly followed, providing a clear picture of the requirement for the proper location. The design proposal was each element should have a significance on its placement and introduction to the site, the overall look and the importance of the same. First, we thought having an exactly symmetrical street on either sides of the divider would be very standard, but it created a monotonous bore and a long feeling on the street. To overcome this, we decided why not have an balance between the streets by introducing different pockets at various parts of the streets by not making it exactly symmetrical. The street pockets can act as a connection for the pedestrian on the streets, make them feel safe on the streets, and reduce all the commotion and claustrophobic narrow spaces for both vehicles and pedestrian movement on the street. Everything had its own drawbacks and positive aspects. For this, firstly we decided the SWOT analysis and then went on to designing. The road was for a two-way double vehicular. As seen here, there's a two-way double vehicular movement on either side of the streets. A cycle track runs through and through for the street. On the other side, we have spaces for parking areas and pockets introduced in between for vendors and public interaction spaces. These are the sections to various portions and elements of the bus stop, auto stand, hawker area and the parking. This clearly signifies that we don't have exactly symmetrical streets on all parts of the road, but having such segregated movement creates an organization and reduces the commotion. Our design interventions for different portions were, for Nigdi Chowk, that was the most busiest part of the street, we introduced pergolas over cycle stands, artistic seatings for people coming and waiting there. Hawker area, as this zone houses the maximum hawkers and moving them from one place to another would make them feel like a foreign person in that area. Seating with planters for the people coming into the commercial zone to sit and relax. In the Big India Chowk, the already existing bus stop was replaced with a newly designed bus stop. There was a reading zone that was a part of the seating in a pocket introduced for people to sit and relax, and a cycle track on the other side of the divider. The Bhel Chowk, which is another famous and the most busiest circle in Pradhikaran Nigdi, we introduced a common toilet, gaming seating, and the existing auto stand was replaced by another auto stand. This zone houses a lot of cafes and street food. For people coming here, All these elements would be of major importance and would propagate public interaction and public hygiene. Designing with it has a seating platform that can seat a lot of people waiting for their autos and storage below it for the auto drivers to keep their daily equipment. An open gym introduction in a pocket was for the people to just stop by, work out for a while that may propagate healthy lifestyle. A public toilet. Public hygiene is of major importance while designing. This should be visible from a far place so that people don't use public spaces and use public toilets. This is iconic, highly visible, and unusual in terms of its design. Many vendors currently sit in the street and make it more chaotic and claustrophobic. Giving them a particular area for sitting and selling their products would make it more organized and a little less claustrophobic for the people. Children come and go on the streets. They walk and cycle their ways to the schools, tuitions, and playgrounds. Having a children's play area alongside the street would make children just sit and play on the street rather than going and playing on the street. Alongside, we have seatings for elderly to just sit and monitor the children. The existing circular island would be replaced by the central circular island that is more dynamic, colorful, and iconic. Seatings, various occasions, events, and types of peoples was one of our major area of focus while designing the seatings. First one is the reading zone or the work zone. In the residential area, the pocket was introduced with such a seating so that people could come, sit here, work or study or just read on whatever they want to. The next one is a gaming seating provided the pocket in the Bale Chowk where people would just come in the cafes, play games on the seatings that were introduced and interact with the people around. An interactive seating would house 5 to 6 people to just sit that can create an interactive place for the people to relax or even lie down in a allowing manner. Tactical urbanism is a very important part while designing, especially the streets. Streets are used daily by the people. This means they have a daily habit of how and when they use the streets. To overcome this, having a cheap, temporary materialistic goods as an alternative to the design that will be executed on the street is the best part of tactical urbanism. Providing painted cycle tracks or curb seatings or pedestrian islands, footpaths and dividers was a part of the phase 1. The construction and repair work of the footpaths, roads, curb blocks and divider blocks would be done. There will be construction of the bus stop and tactical urbanism to paintings and markings for the blocks of the vendors. By doing this, people can thoroughly change their habits and be used to the new design that can be introduced from temporary to permanent means. And if it does not work out, we can change the design. These are the before and after images of tactical urbanism. For phase 2, there was the construction of seating elements, erection of auto stand and placement of signages and posts. Before and after images of the same. Phase 3 was construction of an open gym, children's play area, adding landscapes, lights, vegetation, erecting temporary structures for vendors and the pergolas on the cycle tracks. This was the before and after image of what would happen after introduction of phase 3. While working on any project, having a clear idea of the estimation and making a realistic budget is the key to better design and execution. Our budget nearly came up to 7.5 crores. The design approach for the proposal is a holistic approach, which were designed keeping in mind the need of each and every person using the neighborhood. We also kept in mind the need of time for the users in the challenging times of the pandemic, where open spaces such as the streets can be used for various purposes such as a health-oriented open gym, parks for children within the close proximity of their home and monitored by the elders, a work zone, seating intended for various occasions, events and types of people to work. Utilizing tactical urbanism, the design proposals become feasible to bring into reality along with community participation. I, Sakshi Sonigra, along with my co-authors, Architect Preeti, Architect Pratishma and Architect Payal, have the pleasure and honor of presenting this paper. Making this happen, however, would not be possible without constant support and motivation from a few people. I would take an opportunity to thank all of them wholeheartedly. Firstly, the people directly or indirectly related for organizing the conference, retrofit guidance, patience, and willingness. I would like to extend my thanks for my family for supporting and inspiring me always. I would like to thank my fellow mates for all the encouragement and help. The references for the paper, patient audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Vishali Pradhan. Internet of Things is in the urban population, and the demand of energy, power, water, food, waste, sanitation challenges and other services is also increasing. Considering urban services, provisions of good solid waste management is a tremendous challenge all over the world, but especially in developing countries. Every human producing waste, and with that managing of this waste is a big challenge for our cities. As the cities are becoming smarter, the solid waste management challenges should be considered in mind. Technologies have made significant progress, but the waste management and waste collection still function as it did 30 years ago. This new digitalization platform and technologies are emerging. Internet of Things, information, for and business. Smart cities transformation is a complex and multi-dimensional process. The systematic approaches, emerging efforts, integrated planning and infrastructure are required to develop smart solutions problem. The intelligence services can function as the front line in obtaining information regarding every aspect of the human activity. A typical example of service provided by smart cities is waste monitoring device. Technology means that waste can be treated as a valuable sources, as we will see, instead of throwing it away. Waste can be generate energy in new and innovative ways which can sustainable and protect the environment. As solid waste management can be broadly categorized as segregation, collection and transportation. Here, by combining IoT technology, the base knowledge from waste management, we can segregate the waste smartly. The smart waste management is the solution for the today's problem of the waste management in high-rise buildings. The smart waste collection system based on IoT utilizes air to do all the work, replaces bins with waste inlets, and trash chute with inlets for the high-rise buildings. These inlets are connected to the central collection station, which is located outside the urban areas through the network of underground pipes. The waste then is transported by air at the speed of 70 kilometers per hour. An automated waste collection system, also known as pneumatic refuse collection, pneumatic vacuum collection, transports waste from trash chute system installed in the apartments to centralized collection system at the high speed through underground collection points automatically emptied, and the waste transported to the collection system by the underground pipe system of buildings. The value that collected in the cloud server can be viewed by an app from the user's perspective and analyzed and regularly updated from the web server from the administration point of view. In this, we have a cloud connectivity, and through the sensors data, through this trash chute system and waste bin, it is connected with the sensor data with respect to the IoT. With the help of IoT, the information goes to the cloud, and then the digital technology helps in how all the processes will be connected. So we have different layers in this whole system. We have business layer, application layer, middleware layer, network layer and perception layer. So in perception layer, we have sensor devices which helps in sensing the how much waste collected and what type of waste collected. Then we have a network layer which basically connecting this info now that used in a smart waste water system. First one is the trash chute. System, where the sensors are located in near the inlet. So this will help to segregate the wastes, which kind of waste is going through which type of trashes, either it's dry waste or a wet waste. Then we are finding the trash chute system in different diameters and with the areas of the apartments. So let's say if we are having so let's say if we are the apartments pursuits, we are having 20 plus apartments, then we can go with the ground of an automated or a smart waste waste collection as helps. The cloud layer includes the data storage, events processing and data analytics. Suitable security measures such as identify management access control list has been implemented along with the token based on the that unauthorized communication does not take place. Data analytic can be performed to generate reports. Get layer in this management layer of our architecture consists of devices and application management, identity access management, and the identity access management spans across all the layers and ensures that only the proper users and application have access to each layer. This is done by maintaining list of identities and verifying the same during access. If an unauthorized device tries to access the systems, access will be deferred and an alert will be generated. Device and application management keeps track of the state of operation of the device as well as applications. If any problem arises, the layer attempts to restart the device and or the application. Next, the conclusion. Basically, the development of the sustainable and smart technology for the municipal solid waste is becoming a mandatory challenge for the smart cities. This automated smart waste management based on IoT. However, the system no necessarily provide the CHG reduction as one might assume, and further research along with
Joyce sir, we will have a short Q&A session.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So we are just done. I actually I was absorbed by the beautiful paper of Professor Goodman because, and you know that comparison between autonomy and engagement is the eternal battle between how much you'll be individual, how much you'll be collective, how much you'll become an architect, and how much you'll become a musician and an artist and a doctor. You know, how much you'll care for your own fees and bank balance, and how much you'll care for distribution of resources to the masses. So it was a fantastic presentation by Professor Goodman. So it was just going through my mind, but I'm really engrossed with this 9 beautiful presentation, you know, which covers everything from happiness to urban environment, pedestrian experience, you know, from inclusive blue infrastructure to municipal solid waste management, you know, from, I think there are 2 or 3 papers on riverside systems, you know, talking about the livability of urban systems. You know, livability is a very important thing. I mean, it was evident in the last 1 or 2 papers, because livability is not about human beings, but it's actually the designing of the environment which becomes livable, you know, so that the environment that you design imparts the ability to live. You know, for example, if you go to New York, you know, New York gives you the livability to do good business. But if you go to an ashram, it gives you the livability to go for good meditation. So different designs are done with different implications and objectives. So I think this session was very rich, and it was like a little add-on to all the other 4 or 5 sessions on art, craft, and so on. So because
request all the researchers
speaker
can turn on your cameras
and we can see each other. That will be a great thing. That will be a great thing. You know, Aishwarya, Vijay Hegde, Jacob Sam, Rajneesh Case, Ankit Gadhyani, Kalyani Varade, Madhura Mirakar, Dinesh Hipperkar. I think, yeah. So, yes, Rakesh ji. So I think excellent presentations. They're very rich. I was just going through most of them before I had, gone through the papers, and, you know, And the one I can see Madam Vijay, streets as a public place. I can see Rakesh Ji, where he talked about urban environment, pedestrian experience, and so on and so on. And that last paper which was added on urban happiness, that even that paper was very good. So I'm still learning from those papers. So I think this session, I would put it this way, was like a very interesting addition, which I wanted to explain in my small talk preceding it, which is about planning. Because in planning, how much of planning you can actually do? Because everything is committed. You cannot influence the government. You cannot influence the planning bodies. A single municipality cannot do it. Suppose you are running a water line in a particular city, say Kolkata. I belong to that city. I mean, a single municipality cannot take a decision. It is a trans-municipal. It's a trans-municipal responsibility. It's a trans-municipal. I mean, this municipality with the municipality in the north, with the municipality in the south, with the, say, in the case of Kolkata, with the backwaters in the East Calcutta wetlands and the river Hooghly, which flows in the west. Together, you have to come up with a water management plan. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that many of the planning things are actually that of design and management. And design and management is that of detailing and good understanding of governance. Yeah, because until and unless we are good detailing people, we are able to work with engineers, because if you're doing a water supply management, it's not how beautiful is the pipe, but at the end of the day, how many, say 150 LPCD should be increased to 250 LPCD. That's a target. You're talking about a difference of 100 LPCD, liters per capita per day. So if you can make that change in water distribution, so it's an engineering solution since seen by an planner who is probably having an architect's degree. So you see the problem. Yeah. So that means architects and designers and planners and engineers have to work together. If you talk about urban happiness, that last paper, it's when I just we did a PhD on this, and one of my scholar, and the Montgomery's recipes of happiness. It starts with joy and everything. That's my name, and ends with resilience. Resilience is something which is very tough. How many people? How many of us we have resilience? We have one shot of COVID, we are gone. And we our salaries are put to half because of COVID impact. We are gone. I mean, today when I am talking to you right now, a phone call comes from the authority that Joy, I think we are thinking about your employment in IIT Kharagpur. I'll just run. I'll leave this forum and so we are very shaky. We are very half-hearted. We are not strong. We don't have that capacity. So one of the most important element, which Gandhiji or Swamiji had talked about. And I'm not talking about religion, spirituality. Everybody needs to have some basic level of freedom and governance. That's very important in plan. Because so our planning education should be into design and management. Design and management. So one half of the planner, architect planner, should, or a engineer planner, or a doctor planner. Even a doctor can become a planner. Suppose he has an undergraduate doctor degree, and finally he works in city and regional planning. That is also fine. So he knows the BOD and the COD level of the water. He can interact. So the water has. If you're using water for drinking, it's of a certain COD. If you're using water for cleaning your clothes, if it's of a certain other COD. If you can use water for anything, then probably you can allow the water at a large. So the networks of the water system has these kind of thresholds and bifurcations. So I think I'll end here. What I mean to say is that it's all matter of design and detailing. We cannot just make presentations and beautiful Venn diagrams. We talk about smart, and many of us, we don't know what is smart. Smart is essentially memory systems. Smart means it comes from the smarta. The word smarta comes from the word smriti. Smriti means memory. It's a Sanskrit word. So it means that the computational system which runs water in the city is connected with the wastewater system which runs waste and sewage in the city, runs with the electricity which runs power in the city. So there is one centralized IoT, Internet of Things, which runs the memory of all those things. So the municipal government can connect the total information system of the city. And when you enter New York, if you go to New York's website, it is beautiful. If you enter New York, I mean, they'll give you how much of water was supplied to New York today, how much of people use that water, what was wasted, So there's a total smart diagram with regard to tourism. So tourism is connected with water supply. This is crazy, but this is the height of urban governance. So if you want to reach smartness, you have to reach that level, that level of interconnected information systems. But many of us, we don't know smart because we don't know what we do in the water system, how we can take the water system to that level where water never reaches. The pressure in the water is not good enough. So even the first room in the house does not get any water. So I think we know, so I'm just repeating again and again, it's actually about design and management. I mean, what we design and how we manage that, and we manage what? Good design. So planners and architects and engineers has to be good designers and managers, without which there is no planning. Because, we worked with a university called Columbia, and there is one professor there. He does not believe in the word planning. I mean, she does not. She does not believe in the word. She thinks it's design. It's not urban planning. It's urban design. It's urban design. So the word planning is a mistake. It's a wrong thing. I mean, you cannot plan. You have to design, and as you design, you plan. I don't accept her fully, but I have accepted her 40%. I think there's a lot of sense in what we did a Varanasi project together, and most of Varanasi is actually the result of ill planning. Like the British planners came. Varanasi was totally fed by water. There were 1,000 kunds or pushkars, where water is to come. I think I'm taking up a lot of time. I'll finish in 1 minute. So when all these people came, and I don't want to go by the British designers, what they did, they made canals from Varanasi and they made those connections with those. And intentionally, within 50 years, all the pushkarinis and the ponds, the kundas of Varanasi started drying up. And remember, these were just not watersheds or aquifer points, but they were also the places where there was a Ashwatha tree or a temple, where in the evening 10 people is to come and listen to Ramcharitmanas or a Doha by Kabirji. So this is both economic and cultural at the same time. So as a result, the British killed Varanasi. And there was no one in Varanasi at that point of time who protested against it, because that legacy from the days of Buddha and Mahavira was also destroyed. So the problem in India is that we have not inherited our tradition. Neither we have inherited our tradition, nor we have been fully able to grasp the Western knowledge of municipal services, utilities, and planning. So hum log kya ho gaya, na ghatka na ghar ka. So half of India is almost like that. Half of the planning and architectural schools are like. We don't have a complete knowledge of our traditional systems, nor we have a good knowledge of the design systems and everything. You give anyone to design a water system with all the clarifoculators, the oxidation points, the swage, the solid separation. Most of us actually don't know. I've talked to my friends, and even I did not know. I got into a project. So the problem is actually design and detailing. So people have to read books, people have to go to the site, people have to work with engineers, engineers have to work with architects. So what I'm talking about is what Symbiosis talks about, it's skills and professions. So the skills has to be integrated with the profession. The profession has to be integrated with the skill. Otherwise, if you are just sitting in front of the computer, which I am doing right now, and giving lectures, it's of no use. This is fine, this is needed. But at the end of the day, you're a designer. You're a manager. So how do you design, detail, and how do you manage? So I think this came out in this presentation very well, and I'm very satisfied. I'm still a student, Mrinal, Dr. Palve. I'm still a student. So I've learned from all these 8-9 presentations. And I also have a teacher in your school, which is Dr. Shahid Rahmat. He taught me more than what I taught him. So I see at life this way. This is a better perspective than thinking that you're a teacher and you know a lot of things. This is not so happy situation. Thank you. I'll end here.
Thank you so much, sir. We all are learning, sir. We all are students.
Yeah, that's the thing. That your face says, your face is so simple and composed. I was telling that to Shivangi one day, because simplicity is the foundation of education, acceptance, and assimilation. If you're not able to assimilate and accept others, we are not educated. Education is meaningless. It doesn't mean. If I think I know everything and Rakesh KSG knows nothing, and I'll bombard him, then I'm mistaken. I have 10 things to learn from Rakesh ji, and I should wait for it. That's education. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. We'll all keep learning and celebrating this learning process ahead. So we'll not wait further since
I think we are not doing, I think time wise we should expedite. Please go on to the next session.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I would request Sanviti and Preeti to introduce Professor Martia Vetterillo. Are you there, Sanviti?
Yes, ma'am. So moving on to the third session, I'm delighted to introduce
Professor Martia, we request you to turn.
Professor Martia Vetterillo is an innovation designer who collaborates with multidisciplinary team to co-design actionable and adaptable new growth strategies. He uses an integrated methodology, strategic foresight, design thinking, and system theory to explore innovative solutions that deliver positive impact to most people and planet. Professor Martia also teaches design thinking at UNI RSM Design, San Marino, and Swinburne University of Technology, Melbourne, Australia. Professor Martia holds a postgraduate degree on strategy and innovation from Swinburne University of Technology, where he is completing his doctoral degree. The focus of his scholarly activities is innovation management, entrepreneurship, and futures literacy. Professor Martia's current research focuses on enabling and integrating anticipatory thinking in complex behavioral strategies to support strategic decision-making for early-stage innovation management. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Milan and Sanviti. It's a pleasure to be here. And as David said, we are in a virtual setting, but still we're lucky that we can do this. And I guess everyone looks forward to have a session in the future where we can have, we can be all in the same room. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I cannot wait to hear the speakers of the author of the papers of this session presenting their work. As you said, I'm passionate and I work in innovation management, and I like to bring a perspective from different disciplines of fields, how we like to call it, which is the design thinking mindset and point of view, with system theory and system thinking to better understand the connection and the implication of cause and effect, but also trying to bring those and understand and explore those with a futures plans. So implementing future thinking in the process to design the strategy and to design also a future scenarios where we can better design a part, whether it is a product or service, or even a education piece, because education is at the basis of everyone understanding, living, and mindset and reasoning. So someone that get educated very early on in some way of thinking can better manage and lead when these people will get to leadership positions. I don't know how we like to proceed in terms of the papers of the authors.
Yes, Anviti, we can start with the presentations.
Yes, ma'am. The first presenter for this session is Gaurav Tarak.
Dear participants and organizer, my warm welcome to you all. I am happy and like being to the part of this National E-Conference. I am Gaurav Tarak and I am BR7 SEM student at Department of Architecture and IT Raipur, and I am author of this paper, and I am also doing my BR thesis on the same topic. I would like to introduce architect Vivek Agnihotri sir. He is the assistant professor at Department of Architecture and IT Raipur. So our topic of paper and the presentation is the digital conservation, the application of advanced technologies in the heritage conservation. So the abstract of this paper and the summary, or you can say the gist of this paper, is the disappearance and the dilapidating and the neglectance of the heritage site, which is now used to be caused to conserve digitally. So the digitalization is the process of restoration and protection with the help of advanced technologies for the future generation, and this paper tries to respond the society's culture and need for a future generation. The finding of the study will explain the principle and the innovative architecture heritage through digital methods and tools. So the introduction, it is a challenge for authorities to protect the culture significance for a future generation, and it takes a lot of time, effort, and we fails to protect, and it consumes lot of time and money also. So this paper is a literature review of the digital restored project and helped architects and archaeologists. So the digitization of heritage is an alternate process of the physical conservation. So the study of various component scripts and the site relevant data and the processing and final cataloging and studying the seismic data is the process of digitalization. It uses various modern vision technologies, lidar technologies and scanners and photogrammetry, which helps to digital conserve. It helps also the archaeologists and to understand an object physical condition and what are left and remained. So digital conservation, as you can see on the right side, these are the some of the methods which will be used on the object level, building level and site level also, like the lasers and the 3D scanners and the lidar and the photography empirical survey which has to be taken, so that the digital analog data will be converted into digital form. So the conservation and preservation and reconstruction in urban context refers to prevent the heritage sites, redevelopment of context over time surrounding the heritage replaced due to socio and economic factors. So including like the laser scanner, structure form motion, these are the some technique will be used so for the digital conservation. So the digital documentation requires the cooperation between the professional of the fields like the archaeologists, historians, mathematicians and civil engineers, which they help on to change the seismic data. So the data equalization and where 3D modeling monitoring are to be considered as the post-production result of the digital conservation of the entity. There is no difference between the physical conservation and the digital conservation. So it includes time, money and workforce technology involved in the digital form of conservation. So the studies will be used and referred to understand the importance of digital conservation and the process of deriving a concrete methodology for a digital conservation projects. So we took the 3 examples and the study of the design and development of Qatar historic building information and modeling platform. So the digital the Great Buddha project analyzing of Egyptian pyramids. So the moving on the case 1 on digital preservation and the documentation of vanished and winged and transformed structures. The platform of the same is provide the safe storage of the project and empirical survey and methodologies that aid to understand the context of features of the structure and the cultures. And the seismic data were converted into digital form, which will be used as a digital conservation. The information and the data were synthesized and filtered in the form of cataloging, which will be got the final data. The parameters of the deconstruction, reconstruction, and the modification of the building will be got on the form of this empire survey. So the moving on the case 2 for the Great Buddha project. So the restoration of Great Buddha was integrated geometric models, photographic and a virtual sense of the heritage. It aims towards the accurate measuring and modeling through the laser and graphics and the various technologies which will be used, like for the you can see on the right side there is a process of data acquisition which we got from the survey, and the alignment of the process which aligned the data, and the final merged data will be got on the you can see on the image right side. So the third example in case 3 is the Egyptian pyramid in the digital age. The Japanese architect which they study on the pyramid of Egypt, so they got some information on take the volumetric survey and the geoinformation surveys will be taken, and what they calculated roughly had the 188 limestone density and is 2.6 according to the study, and there is a 31% of stone are missing, which they got from like the many historian and Egyptian. Its documentation remained the same over the years, but the physical context changed and over the time. So from their study of digital conservation, they got that the 31% of the stones are missing. So the study will help the archaeologists and conservation to think beyond the cusp and integrate technological advancement with the conservation process. So the discussion and the final conclusion of the paper is the first study that explain the preservation and methods of tool of survey. The second study will be explained the rapid cluster alignment and the parallel merging algorithm, which creates the more accurate modeling and will help in the form of a virtual reality. So the digital conservation of the monument and artifact help the archaeologists and researchers to study and found hypotheses based on the virtual reality. So these are the some reference which we took, and thank you so much everyone to take me as a being part of this national e-conference. Thank you.
Good day to all. I am Architect Sarnya, Assistant Professor, School of Environment Architecture and Design, SEED, SRM IST, Ramapuram, Chennai. Today, I am here to present on the topic towards development of sustainable healthcare facilities aided by latest technologies. To begin with, why do we need development of sustainable healthcare facilities? What is the dire need for that? To start with that, pollution has become one of the major causes for ailments and mortality, which has been estimated to be about 16% of the deaths that had occurred globally in 2015. And of this, air pollution plays a vital role in the cause for various ailments. And the prime contributor for air pollution is the greenhouse gas emissions. And this leads to climate change, which has been leading to warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius. And this leads to a lot of direct and indirect impacts. The direct impacts are storm, drought, floods, heat wave, temperature change, and wildfires. The indirect impacts include effects on water quality, air quality, land use change, and ecological change. And the climate change has been estimated to cause about 141,000 deaths globally. And in high-income countries, majority of the health complications and deaths occur due to these reasons. And to mitigate these, Paris Agreement was signed by 183 countries to limit the global temperature rise below 2 degrees Celsius. Also, the WHO Global Conference on Air Pollution was conducted on 30th of October to 1st November of 2018 at Geneva, and the main goal of this conference was for the reducing the number of deaths occurring from air pollution by 2/3 by 2030. So, coming to the reset towards the goal of 80% reduction, 378 kilowatt hours per meter square of electricity, which is the most energy intensive commercial sector of the country. Therefore, it is timely and forward-looking to include sustainability of facilities from the design stage to reduce the future energy consumption and the pollution anticipated from this growth. What causes the high energy requirement of the healthcare sectors? The cause for high energy requirement of healthcare facilities is their 24/7 operation and the need for HEPA, high energy particulate air filtration, to prevent the spread of diseases. These filters have 99.7% efficiency, but they place greater demand on electricity due to the fan operations. Along with this, the intensive care units, the operation theatres, the laboratories require about 20 to 30 air exchanges per hour, and this lays a lot of pressure on the HVAC system. And the indoor air quality requires to be maintained strictly for temperature, humidity, and quality, which is done with proper HVAC system, which is again energy intensive. A survey conducted among various hospitals in different climatic zones in India indicated that 50% of the energy is spent on air conditioning, 17% on lighting, and 33% on medical equipment and other facilities. This was conducted by CIA Western Region India in 2011. Development of sustainable healthcare facilities involves an approach to appropriate building design using energy efficiency principles, which will reduce the energy requirement of the healthcare facilities. This involves building envelope design in response to the climatic zone, site orientation, narrow floor plate for daylighting, appropriate fenestration and shading devices design, selection of low water fixtures, grey water recycling, selection of energy efficient equipment, and all of this combined with smart building technologies. Integrating technologies along with sustainable design features can impact the energy consumption of the hospitals and the consecutive impact of it on the environment. The savings can be achieved by usage of active controls for occupancy-based interoperation to set back heating and cooling when not required, and occupancy-based interoperation to dim the artificial light when there's natural light available. Also, usage of smart grid combining with on-site generations and the continuous monitoring of these systems will reap good benefits. Coming to a case example of sustainable hospital from developing countries indicate a substantial reduction in energy consumption by proper design and integration of smart technologies. Butaro Hospital in Rwanda reduced its energy consumption by using narrow floor plates for natural daylighting, natural ventilation with high volume, low speed fans and germicidal UV lights which control transmission of airborne diseases. Along with this, local materials were used for the construction of the facility, which decreased the carbon footprint of the construction materials. In India, Kohinoor Hospital is a LEED certified hospital in Mumbai which opened in 2009. And this hospital uses low energy light bulbs, photovoltaics power to heat water and high performance wall and window systems which reduces the energy consumption. And this image indicates the various sustainable features used in the building. Based on the literature review, as discussed in the previous slides, it becomes imperative that the development of sustainable healthcare facility is essential in the forthcoming years. And this paper suggests that this development of the healthcare facilities could be done efficiently with the use of technology. And the technology integration of the building on performance in line with environmental assessing of the building and then creating as-built drawings. Automatic as-built BIM modeling involves data collection with laser scanners for acquiring a facility's spatial information. A laser scanner collects and stores data as a set of points along the X, Y, and Z axis, which are called point clouds. This image here, the orange color image, is the data clouds which they create. Coming to the concluding remarks, the studies conducted in high-income countries indicates the irony of healthcare and intervention. BIM technology
printing. 3D printing has not just reached. This is Aditi Kulkarni, Assistant Professor in School of Architecture, Urban Development and Planning, Symbiosis Skills and Professional University. I will be presenting my paper on 3D printing advanced technology as aid to disaster affected areas. The language of architecture has evolved from making hand-drawn sketches to computer-aided drawings, and today we have reached till the boon of 3D printing. 3D printing has not just reached at the creating miniature models of buildings, but it has expanded its wings to the construction industry. Constructing a building was a long process involving many consultants, resources, and most valuable entity of time. However, presence of large-scale 3D printers had made it possible to build entire structure out of sustainable materials in just few weeks, and that too for an affordable price. Rigorous efforts in the field has led to developing more advanced printers that can build not only interstory floors and roofs, but horizontal walls and foundation reinforcements. The great technology can be put to use for various purposes. It can help in resolving many challenges in the field. There is a huge and urgent demand of creating a shelter for those affected by natural calamities seen all over the world. This paper is oriented towards the area of research to use the fast-paced 3D printing construction technology to create houses for those in need on urgent basis. Every year, the coastal line of India is affected by natural disasters such as cyclones, tsunami, etc. The mountain regions are also affected by landslides and monsoons. 3,000 houses were destroyed in the cyclone Taukte that hit the western coast of India recently in 2021. This creates a need to provide houses to rehabilitate these families on immediate basis. In Tamil Nadu, after tsunami, the Emergency Tsunami Reconstruction Project funded by World Bank with the assistance from UN Development Project and Asian Development Bank planned to reconstruct over 140,000 houses in the state. The entire process is also extremely time consuming and thus fails to ensure the holistic recovery of the disaster affected people. 3D printing construction technology can pave the way towards rapid construction of houses in the disaster affected area in future. A house can be constructed in a matter of days or even hours. This will also eliminate the construction of temporary shelters or bunkhouses, and a permanent house will be given to the affected families to revive their lives. The capital and running cost of the required equipment is also justified considering the cost and time saved in the process, and enormous funds allocated for the recovery of such affected people. So 3D printing is additive manufacturing. It is an automated process that produces complex shape geometries from a 3D model that is a computer-aided design model on a layer-by-layer basis through a series of cross-sectional slices. The prerequisite for commencing 3D printing construction is to have a 3D model of a building. Various 3D softwares are available in the market to create 3D models. The model is then sliced into hundreds or thousands of layers with the help of slicing software. Complex woven parts also can be designed inside the walls using parametric software. The requirement of climatology can also be implemented by embedding thermal insulation and natural ventilation, energy supply as well. Major materials used in 3D printing are cement-based materials, clay, and metal. Other than these materials, research on possibilities of printing with recycled materials, plastic, wood pellets, and natural stone waste is also in the process. The speed of movement of the printer is related to the fluidity of the material. With well-collaborated materials, it is possible to reach up to 6,000 mm per minute. These properties of the materials affecting the performance are mainly workability, viscosity, and grain strength. Soft materials with some slump value can be used as it regains hardness when it is deposited through the nozzle head. Once deposited, the material must regain its previous viscosity so that the next layer can be deposited over it. A case study is done on the project Gaia in Italy. It is constructed in 2018 by WASP in collaboration with Rice House. The printed building envelope is 30 square meter and the construction time is 100 hours. A new eco-sustainable architectural model with particular attention to use of natural waste materials coming from the rice production chain and oriented to the construction of particularly efficient masonry in terms of bioclimate and health. The project is designed with the aim of embedding natural ventilation systems and thermoacoustic insulation systems in one solution. The Gaia architectural module has a physical protection against atmospheric agents, and the white covering guarantees a good protection against thunderstorms. There has been attempts of 3D construction printing in India as well. The Civil Engineering Department of IIT Madras has set up IIT Madras Printability Lab to develop the technology for mass production. Twasta is an additive manufacturing startup which intends to develop an automated construction process, beginning with a miniature single-story house approximately 320 square feet in size in 3 days. The interest and development of building through 3D printing is growing exponentially. However, it is still difficult to imagine a real market spread in the upcoming years. The evolution of this technology offering new construction perspectives and new models of living. Currently, it is necessary to evaluate the critical issues of the system and to bring the level of process automation to higher level. In the coming years, the approach of building world shall be where supplier of the on-site 3D printing services will be available widely. Only if the whole system will reach a high degree of reliability and proceed with the sale of all the equipment necessary for printing. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. I, Nibha Chauhan, student of Symbiosis School of Architecture, Urban Development and Planning from the third year would be presenting the paper of Sawantwadi craft, a craft for navigating the high-tech world. The royal family of Sawantwadi realized that the importance of woodcraft was dwindling. As a result, they decided to revive the Ganjifa and lacquer art. They appointed one of the few master painters to begin disseminating the craft knowledge. One of their palace audience halls was converted into a workshop. The artisans were required to strictly adhere to the traditional methods. Today, under Bhosle's patronage, according to the evidence, the lacquer craft was introduced in Sawantwadi sometime between 17th to 18th century. Sawantwadi is situated in the Konkan region of Maharashtra in the Sindhudurg district. It was located on the national highway that connects Mumbai to Goa. The closely built town, where everything is situated near each other, makes it an ideal pit stop for tourists. Some part of the town is now connected and converted into a museum which showcases lacquer art, Ganjifa, some stone images, and also showcases a history of ancestors. Woodcraft was a history of around 300 years. It came into existence around 1627. In the mid-20th century, the art of Ganjifa and lacquer had virtually disappeared. The royal family of Sawantwadi took it upon themselves to revive the dying art. Today, under the patronage of the Bhosle family, skilled artisans continue to create one-of-a-kind decorative items in the vivid colors and unmistakable designs of ancient tradition. The items made in this craft are chessboards, board games, candlesticks, fruits and vegetables, little dolls, bullock carts, kitchen utensil set, car, rocking horse, pots, vases, top, and many more. Ganjifa, also known as Ganapa, is a card game or deck of playing cards popular in Persia and India. India is the last country to produce Ganjifa cards after they were phased out of use in Iran during the 20th century. Ganjifa cards come in variety of shapes and sizes and are traditionally hand painted by artisans. The game became popular at the Mughal court and lavish sets were created using materials like precious stone in ivory, turquoise shells. When the game became more popular, cheaper sets were created out of material like wood, palm leaf, stiffened cloth, and pasteboard. The backgrounds of Ganjifa cards are usually covered and colored with each set of its own color. There are several types of designs, number of suits, and physical sizes of the cards can be quite different. The back of the color cards usually is a single color and no patterning. Gods and goddesses are then painted on the cards with minute details and patterns. Materials. Lac color is a resinous secretion of a number of species of lac insects. The most commonly cultivated species is Kyria lac. Lac is harvested by cutting the tree branches that hold stick lac. In China, it is a traditional dye for leather goods, and some juices, carbonated drinks, wine jam, sauces, and candies are colored using it. In Savantwadi, the 6 main colors of lac have always been used to continue to be. But with the changing times and increasing cost, lac has become rare and was replaced with color-based powder colorants. Water-based colorants. Since the decline of lac due to unavailability and rising costs, water-based powder paints have been used. These are sourced from the nearby shops. They come in a wide array of colors, including the most commonly used in Savantwadi fluorescent colors. But the problem with these colors are they are toxic and not safe for children. This the craftsmen either deny or don't realize. Leap or chikki. This is made of tamarind seed powder and clay and water. The ratio of tamarind to clay is about 80:20. This is used to smoothen the grain of the wood for easy painting. Finishing. Touch wood. Previously lac was enough to give the product a finished look, but now in the age of paints, varnish and finishing is needed. This too is sourced from the nearby sources. Wood such as mango wood, jackfruit wood and pangara wood is used for the base of the items. Tools and machinery. Tools such as hand plane, fret saw, scissors, chisel, compass, hammer, round and square files, rappi, circular saw, planer saw, lathe machine, CNC machine, drill machine, smoothing machine, chainsaw are used in making of the toys and cards in Savantwadi craft. The process. First, the wood is cut into smaller logs and dried to remove moisture. Logs are cut into blocks in relation to the size of the fruit or the item to be made. The block is filled to the shape of the wood. The items are heated in a bhatti to remove any remaining moisture. If any parts are to be joined, then it is been done with the help of nails. Leaf is applied, sun dried for 1 or 2 days. Surface is smooth using sandpaper and filer. Paint is applied. Items are kept for drying. Touch wood or varnish is applied. Packaged on plates and baskets with plastic coverings. Despite of traditional rich heritage of traditional manufacturing skills, India's shares of the international market for craft is less than 2%. According to the United Nations, the number of Indian artisans has decreased by 30% over the last decade. As designers, there is an urgent need for us to understand these issues and work to create a favorable environment for the craft's survival. This paper attempts to identify these issues related to the survival of the drawing art and traditional wooden toy craft and Ganjifa cards of Sawantwadi, Maharashtra. The purpose of this paper is to disseminate information and raise awareness about traditional crafts to future generations in order to keep them alive in a world that is rapidly moving towards technology, preventing such craft and arts as well as our traditions from being lost. These were the references site used. Thank you.
I'm Chandi Tarakasi, also known as the Silver Filigree. What is Tarakasi? Chandi Tarakasi, also known as Silver Filigree, is a traditional art done by tribes in Odisha, basically focused in Cuttack region and some places in Telangana. But not only tribal people, this culture has moved from the tribe to city people, and people also earn a living by selling this jewelry. Filigree is derived from two Latin words. Filum means thread and granum means seed. Filigree is the skill of twisting threads to create beautiful decorative jewelry metalwork. Filigree is made up of two metals, gold and silver, and some people are also now experimenting with different metals like stainless steel to make the jewelry a little cheap. But the traditional jewelries are always made up of gold and silver is the most common. Silver filigree art is a stunning display of both of how lovely it looks and how delicate it is to hold. As the patterns and as the jewelry is very delicate, the delicacy in jewelry is very high. Each fragment of the jewelry is handmade and are done by twisting the thread, like turning the silver into threads and then making it. As it is so delicate, it's very fragile to hold. So a lot of care is taken while like transporting, like for example, in online shops, what people are facing now is it's very difficult to transport a silver filigree work when purchased online. Special care is taken and a special box is made. Moving to the next slide. How can you distinguish a normal silver jewelry from a Tarakasi silver filigree work? The first thing that you have to notice is the patterns. Mostly silver filigree patterns are inspired by nature and are based on flower, creeper, leaves, etc. So if you see a jewelry which have very intricate flower work or creepers and leaves in them, then there is a possibility that it is a silver filigree work. The next thing that you can look in a silver filigree work is for looking for deities or for mythical personalities or historical events in Odisha. As basically this a craft revolves in Odisha and in Cuttack, people get inspired from mythological events and make art pieces out of them. So you have to look at both of these patterns and deities to find out if this is a silver filigree work or not. This is an example of how the Jagannath idol will look if made in silver filigree. You can see the delicacy of the work and you can see how fragile and how lovely it looks. Talking about jewelries are the major part of silver filigree. People love buying silver jewelry and people love buying Tarakasi jewelry. So the three main jewelry that are made in silver filigree are nose ring, earrings and bangle. These are the three main, but now people are also started creating brooches, earrings, pendants, hairpins, bangles, etc. Trays, plate, cups, and ashtrays, candle stands are also made. But as the more the delicate the work is, the higher the price it goes. Looking at the cultural background, I would take some time to describe how silver filigree or the tarakasi is attached to the personal, personal life of each Odia or each people staying in Odisha. Silver filigree is a symbol of auspicious, a symbol of good luck in Odia culture. So when a kid is born in its first birthday or the first month of its birth, people gift the infant with silver filigree work. Now it can sometimes be like the most common gift that is received by a child is a silver spoon with a silver bowl, because people and then the mom of the child will make the child drink milk from that silver bowl. But sometimes it can also be gifts like toothbrush, plate, toys, etc. In the side, in the left, you can see an image of all the things that are gifted to the infant baby when he or she is born, and this is to the depth silver filigree is associated in our lives. This is another picture that I have put of two silver filigree work. The left picture shows a candle stand or a diya stand, you can say, and the right picture shows a boita. Now, boita is a ship that is used by boita is a typical ship that was used by people living in Odisha to travel to countries like Bali and Malaysia back in 1500s and 1400s, and the shape of the boito would be like a shape of a swan, as you can see in the picture in the right. So as I said, some of the silver filigree work are taken from mystical and history. So this is an example of it. Moving next, the procedure. So I will be saying what is the procedure of making a silver filigree artwork. Thin silver wires are carefully shaped and made into intricate designs. First, the silver is melted, and then the melted silver is put into a thin metal and then it's churned to make thin threads. Fine string of silver threads are produced by drawing them through a series of consecutive holes of very small diameter. So the diameter of the hole decreases with the procedure, and then they stop at the desired diameter. This wire are then heated and wound around a chakra and then later fastened together. So it's when the thread is produced, it is heated again to give it a particular desired shape, and then after the desired shape is given, all the shapes are put together or fastened together. These threads are then shaped into various designs and patterns. Filigree is thus a combination of different pieces joined together. So silver filigree work, as you can see, there is a earring on the right side. It's not a single work. It's not a single jewelry produced. The jewelry is a combination of a lot of intricate small parts that are assembled together. This is a picture showing all the procedures that happens to produce a silver filigree work, and the end you can see a beautiful end result. So the process is very hard. You people to produce one silver filigree work, it takes days. Now automation can be done and people are moving to automations, but the creativity of the craftsmen, the people who are already experienced and are there in this industry for 40 to 50 years now, they are resistive towards going to automation. They don't care about their business anymore, but they care about how means each making of each silver filigree is just like making another piece of art for them, so they don't want to involve machine. I went to a lot of shops, silver filigree shops, and then I asked them that why they are not going for automation, as it would as it would decrease their workload and would give a better result. So many people said that this is an art for them, and they would the piece, the cost of the the essence of the jewelry will fall down if they will start mass producing it. So somewhere they are morally connected to the piece of the jewelry. Then I went to some big stores, some commercial stores. Even if when I asked them that why are they not doing automation, the first reason that they said me is, in as silver is a costly metal, people don't like mass production of the same item. They want different design. If the design is copied, then it loses its value. And to do automations, the demand is not that much to set up a whole factory for silver filigree. So these are some of the problems that I found of why silver filigree people are still doing it by hand, as you can see in the procedure, and are not going for automation. Why Tarakasi is fading? As I was discussing earlier, I went and discussed this. So I came, it's very evident that Tarakasi is fading. People don't know about it. So why it is happening? So I came up with 3 main problems that is happening is lack of fair price. Now, as I said, Tarakasi involves a lot of work, and it's not possible if a demand is not there. So if people show demand, then people who are creating it can set up a factory to do, but there is no much demand. And even the tourism, like the tourists who come to visit Odisha are more likely to go to Puri and buy Pipili than come to Cuttack and buy Tarakasi. So even the tourists don't have a knowledge about it. So that's why there is no demand. And as there is no demand, there is no enough money for the craftsman. So there is not a fair price. People are producing and they're not getting a fair price for it, which is discouraging them from taking this as a livelihood. It is used daily on a daily basis. They're like, if mostly should give more importance to crafts like this. The second solution can be knowledge among local crowd. Now it's said that everything begins at home. So if we make, there are a lot of local crowd, those who still don't understand the importance of this art existing in their neighborhood. So if we make the local crowd to help Tarakasi. So what I think is take initiative, spread word of the craft through different social platforms. If you like the art, if you're genuinely interested in the arts, tell the art, share this information with others so that maybe someone else will get to know it from you and will be interested in that. So spread the word through social platforms. There are a lot of platforms, through conferences, through PPTs, through all those medias that can be possible if you want to help this art. Not only this art, any art in which you are interested in, if you like that art, then spend some time dedicating your energy towards the growth of the art. And the second thing is buying the crafts as a customer. So if you are an adult, if you can buy and purchase the goods, then rather than going for something very ordinary, sometimes you can make a change in mind and buy a Tarakasi, spread it to your friends and family. Thank you.
Respected teachers, my name is Vanshika Khemani and I hereby present my topic, Street Art Enhancing Architecture. Art plays a crucial role when it comes to architecture. Every building or a sculpture represents a piece of art. In the architectural language we say, every building has a soul. The essence of that soul is created by a form of art. The interconnection between art and architecture has been fascinating for designers and artists. For the showcase of greatest effect, art needs an appropriate built environment, whereas architecture needs art to turn bricks, concrete, and steel into a space in which people would want to live. The process can be a challenging one as the balance is hard to get right. The fusion of art and architecture can play along to some parts, but if not put right, they can go incredibly wrong. Skill and creative talent are required to achieve the end result. Striking buildings like Baku Entertainment Center or NOI Tech Park in Italy are certainly places for art within architectural form. Art has been used within buildings for thousands of years, often creating beautiful, awe-inspiring or spiritually uplifting spaces depending on the intentions of client and the architect. With the incorporation of art being a key design feature, St. Pancras International in London gives a successful blend. The statue of John Bachman is a depiction in bronze by the sculptor Martin Jennings. The statue was designed and cast in 2007. The poet Laureate Andrew motioned to commemorate Bachman and mark the opening of St. Pancras International as the London terminus of the Eurostar high-speed rail link between Great Britain and mainland Europe. The location memorizes the connection between St. Pancras Station and the Bachman, an early and lifelong advocate of Victorian architecture. More recently, the 42 Maslak in Istanbul with mixed-use development displays incorporation of artworks within the architecture. It has been themed as artful living. From the outset with 42 Maslak, art was integral as that meant the design scheme in mind for architects. The concept of artful living by the developer Bey Insat based on the notion of art being an essential component of society. This theme highlights conception to completion. In the art gallery included, we see construction vehicles individually painted, becoming working pieces of art. It is displayed as a revolutionary project where people eat, sleep, live, and socialize within a creative environment which they can call their own. The Mall of Qatar project in Doha shows integrating art with architecture, which helps crown a successful scheme. Government and the royal family of Qatar supports art as an essential part of the country's brand. A diverse array of artworks cited strategically for maximum impact were installed throughout the complex, from striking representation of art like a footballer kicking a ball made entirely from arranged yellow footballs to origami, theme pieces and wire figures of circus performers. Artistic feature was created throughout the mall by chandeliers and sculptures. Example, a wall sculpture of swans in flight and abstract chandelier type installation representing fashion-themed items such as shows, bow ties and tailoring pins. Chapman Taylor's Mega Silk Way scheme in Kazakhstan is another project which showcases art within the building. Leading sculptures created installations symbolizing the Great Silk Road, the ancient network of trade routes. Unique sculptures weighing over 100 kgs are suspended from great heights, depicting travelers and trades from past to present. These artworks reflect the historical and cultural context within which the project lies and illustrate the importance of deep thought and sensitivity towards the way in which art can be received by the viewer. In conclusion, there are countless examples throughout the history which show that built environments can be made extraordinary by the well-judged use of beautiful and interesting art to popular acclaim. What is most important is that the resulting combination achieves something which, in the eyes of most people, makes a place somewhere they visually enjoy and remember for its aesthetic elegance. There is no more fitting legacy for the artist or for the architect. Thank you.
This is the end of session 3. We're now open for the question and answer round. You can type it in the chat box or you can unmute yourselves. We'll be more than glad to answer.
Please, all the researchers, turn on your cameras. Professor Matia is here and he will ask you questions.
Thank you, Shandy. No, great work. Congratulations to everyone. I think there are some commonalities between all the presentation, like the technology aspect and the handcrafted. This is part of art that is bring forward from by people from generation to generation. And I personally would like to understand better your kind of thinking and opinion on what you presented more broadly. So I personally have just a couple of questions, but it's not specific to an author. It's more of a group of authors, because there are like the first paper, the third and the fourth. So apologies if I'm not pronouncing the name correctly, but author Gaurav, Vivek, Niba, I see your interest in bringing forward and bringing into the futures old practices and old traditions. Why do you think it's important for you to bring that knowledge, the knowledge of the past into the futures? As now people are getting more on their phone, they're spending that time on their phone. But I personally see a lot of value in bringing those way of doing things, doing things by hand in the in the futures. What's your opinion on that? Why do you think it's important to bring this practice, this craftsmanship to the future generation? Aditi, I think you are. No, Aditi and Saranya, I got some question for you about the technology aspect, but I don't know if any of the author that talk about the heritage, talk about the craftsmanship, had an opinion on why for them is important to carry over those traditions and those way of doing things. Maybe connection is not working properly. So I see you, Aditi, here. So I might jump on you. Very interesting research. I hope you can bring that forward and expand from where you are. I actually done some research on disaster management and how we can improve the preparedness or the recovery in a disaster situation. 3D printing is a possible solution, of course, and there is a lot of value in that. How do you see 3D printing better than foldable shelters that can be carried? Because something that you mentioned in your presentation, best we can take advantage of the technology of the 3D printing technology to actually build something that is solid, but also adapt to the situation that we are. Because as you mentioned correctly in the presentation, there are very different type of disasters, earthquake, landslide, tsunami, and it's also very hard then to find a place that can accommodate 3D, any type of shelters.
Yes, so a lot of houses are mostly damaged in these disasters. So 3D printing can bridge the gap between these technology and the disaster management. And obviously, the designs of these houses will need to be in the way wherein it can be 3D printers can accommodate and can do the fast printing with such designs. Like most of such designs are in circular shape. So yes, architecturally also we need to work out the plans of such houses. And yes, the technology will also need to improve. Currently, it is at a basic stage, I feel. If it will improve and it will, if government agencies can also come in
to like fund these kind of programs, then it will definitely happen one day. Yes.
Thank you very much. And maybe also it could be interesting to understand how, because I work on 3D printers in the past, and if you're looking to a smaller scale to product design, okay, industrial design, sometimes you just 3D print some part of the of the bigger product, okay, of the whole. And as you were talking, I was thinking that 3D printing could also be into for architecture, could also be interested to kind of 3D printing element of the building to help reconstructing the damaged house. So it's again, it's very interesting research. Please don't stop here. Keep researching on this topic, because there is a lot of potential on that. Yeah, congratulations.
Yes, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
So
hi Niva, how are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you? So actually, I couldn't hear your question clearly because of some network issue, and then I couldn't answer it. So if you could pardon.
Yeah, absolutely. I can ask you again. So I think there's a lot of value in it's kind of carry forward traditions, way of doing or representation of the past into the futures. So why do you think is important for us and future generation, but for any generation, to carry information from the past into the future, when nowadays it is easier to be an influencer, or not easier, it is more wanted to be an influencer than actually spend time and energy and and sweat in doing things by hand. And I actually have an example of a person I met last week that he works in hospitality, okay, and he owns a place. It's a bit different context, but he couldn't find any person come to work with him, because everyone wants to be an influencer, really. I mean, that's and I find fascinating the topic that you and some other authors bring forward of carrying this knowledge, this way of doing things. So why do you think it's important?
So I feel it's important because it's traditional. It's been going on since so many years. It's been done by hand, and these days everything has been digitalized. As you said, that people want to be influencers, or people want quick money, and things that are made up of hand these days have become costlier than normal things that are made up of machinery. And so it also plays an important role in understanding a culture of a place. For example, as I told about Sawantwadi craft, it tells us about where the craft is from, how did it come. I mean, why did they use a particular type of material? How is it climate responsive? Even a small product that was made up of wood, there were so many different natural products that were used in it. And sir, I think, like, not just in a particular art, but like if we study this art and we understand that if they have used these things that were available there, so why not we put this in our designs? Like, we can use this as an example ahead as well. So I hope I have answered the question.
Yeah, but I guess there is no, again, correct or right or wrong answer. It's more of of an opinion. So thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, and I agree, it's important to carry forward way of doing it. And the other questions that was interested to ask to the first author, in a way that they look at heritage, you know, how can we make a decision of what is important and what is not to be carried forward, you know, because we cannot carry forward everything. So how can we make a decision? But I guess it's gonna be for the next conference that we're gonna do. But no, thank you so much for you know, taking part and making an effort to write your paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Professor Matia. So we'll head towards panel discussion. I would like to welcome all the panelists and the conference mentor. Unfortunately, due to some unavoidable reasons, Gauri ma'am couldn't be there for this session. So I request Dr. Joyson sir to chair this session. I would like to welcome all the panelists, Professor Jay Thakkar sir, Architect Parul Zaveri ma'am, Professor Haiko sir, Architect Atif sir, and Professor Matia. So I hope all are here.
Okay, should I take over or?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Okay. I think I thought that I'll play a secondary role. Gauri madam is here, but now I am exposed to the galaxy of experts in front of me, and it's nice to see Shahid along with me. So I think this conference and this seminar, but I think mostly a very strong workshop, because this has some strong outputs. Each and every session by the as coordinated by the great speakers, experts, has been tremendous outburst of energy, new ideas, and the way forward. So in that sense, the 2 days, September 28th and 29th, are the days of great achievement, great churning and great production of ideas. This last session by Professor Matia Vetrello was a very interesting one. I was going through the presentations, they're very rich. And I was learning from the observations from Professor Matia on the 3D printing and other options. I mean, I did not know all the terms that much. I'm exposed to a little bit of 3D printing. The last 3D printing that I did was with my own hand, Professor Matia. Okay, so I think let's move on to all the, can we, is everyone here? Because I cannot see everyone. Professor Thakkar, Professor Parul, Madam, Professor Atif. Professor Matia is of course here. And
yes, due to some unavoidable reasons, like Jay Thakkar sir has informed us that he couldn't attend the session. Even Parul ma'am is not feeling well. So
oh yeah, she was not feeling very well yesterday. Yes. So I think so. We have Professor Matia, we have Professor
Haiko. Professor Haiko was, I think so, he was facing some network issues. He messaged me like he will join in between sometime, like once the network issues get resolved.
So I think Mrinal, you be my best friend right now. You help me out how it goes. So let me load a small PPT which has about 4 or 5 questions. Okay. And yeah, I'll just do that in a second. They're very simple. They're very simple. Just a sec.
Yes, sir.
Just give me 10 seconds. So is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So I think these are very simple questions, and for experts like Professor Matia and others, Professor Atif, these questions are almost nothing. So so how many panelists in all we have right now? 3 of them. Professor Matia is there. Professor Atif is there.
Sir, for today's session, three panelists was there.
Okay, so you coordinate. So I think so first we pay respect to all the esteemed speakers. So do you want to introduce the 3 panelists? Just maybe 2 lines on each of the experts. Now, Professor Matia, we just heard, but I think Professor Mrinal, you can just still say 2 more words on him, and if you wish.
About Matia?
Yeah, about the 3
Professor
panelists who are present here, just a little bit of introduction. Yeah.
Just give me a moment.
Yeah. Otherwise, I can carry on with my presentation, and and then I'll start.
Just give me a moment.
Okay, I think that's not a very big deal because they are experts known in their own right with extreme pragmatic, both academic and field knowledge. So I think the first question is like this, and we can always again start with, so how do we start? We start with Professor, because I can't see the panel. Yeah.
I will just give you a brief introduction about architect Atif Sayyed, who chaired today's first session.
Yeah, today's first session, yes.
Which was on theme 2, and it was segregated under a title of Sustainability and Green Architecture.
That's
under
right.
that, we had 7 to 8 papers, like paper presentations. So architect Atif Sayyed sir is a project lead of green buildings heading South Asia, and he was with us for that session. Then second session was chaired by Dr. Joyson sir, by you sir. And then third session was chaired by Professor Matia sir.
Okay, so fine. So I think with this, we have a set of questions, so we can start with Professor Atif sir. So the first question goes like this, and I think even as a part of the panel discussion, let's co-opt Professor Minal Palve and also Professor Shahid Rahmat. I think just to make it very strong. Do you agree with that? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I will just brief about Professor Matia sir. Actually,
yeah, sure.
File was not open in front of me.
Yeah, sure.
So
please.
Professor Matia was with us for the session, third session for this today's conference. He was chairing the session for application and art and technology, and he is an innovation manager at Melbourne, Australia. So he is with us right now. Yes.
Great. So I think we can start with Professor. Because Professor Matia is already warmed up, so we'll start with Professor Matia and with this question, and then we can go to Professor Atif sir, and then we can go to Professor, who is the third person who is present here?
Matia.
Professor Matia.
Right now, only Professor Matia and Professor Joyson sir is only online.
Okay. So I think it's a very, we are reduced to, so Professor Matia, it's just you and I and Dr.
That's
Shahid.
good.
And
That's
good. That's good. I think we can have a,
let's go with that. Let's
do with that. So I think it's
a
4 of us, and let's answer this small discussion. It's very informal and it's very nice. So the first question, Professor Matia, which we can discuss is this, that based on your vast, academic and professional experience, can you cite, and we'd love to hear from you, 1 or 2 live examples, 1 or 2 examples that you may tell us, which says that the retrofuturism of skills is a very important area to be addressed. We'd like to hear from you, Professor Matia. 1 or 2 examples, live examples from your own life, it must have been very rich. Maybe when you're young as a professor, you're still very young. You're really
exactly. Thank you for the vast academic and professional experience. I think it's very little compared to the people that have a vast 30-40 years. But now I'm glad to be here and be able to share my experience. Regarding this, one of the, it's not a specific example, but something that can be generalized and abstracted by the context that we are talking about is actually what you mentioned before, 3D printed by hands, okay. You put it as a joke, 3D printed by hands, which is two different
That's
things,
right. That's right. That's
but
right.
that ability to, the way we can call it, it is prototyping, the way of trying to do things, trying to bring what is in our mind, our, the thinking of, of how the building could look like, how can something look like, whether it's a product or a building.
That's right.
That exercise of materializing our thinking, our thoughts, that's something that I see it is missing in some way, because again, it's very easy to go into and use the computer, what is in front of me to develop that. And we see also some participants talking about that in terms of using technology to digitalize something physical. So we are always trying to bring something in the digital environment, but that ability, that craft, that is there on, in craft, you wrote it there, that ability to prototype, that's very important, I guess.
That's wonderful. So I'd like to hear from you. Which are the 1 or 2 or 3, 4 countries where you have practiced? Where are you from? Which country? I'm very interested. This is a personal question.
No, but again, it's an informal conversation, as
that's right. Thank you so much.
Before.
Thank you so much, Professor.
I'm from Italy. I'm actually in Italy now. I just came back from Germany. I done 8 months experience there, and before that I was living in Australia, in Melbourne, but I still have relationship with Melbourne, because I'm still doing I'm completing my research, my PhD there, and so those are where I've been living lately. But I move around. And in
So this
January
is
I will move.
So this is very rich. So you're originally from the the Etruscan Peninsula, what they call the Italian civilization, and then you move on to Germany, and then from there to Australia. This is very rich, very rich. You're almost like a triangle across the world. So this journey of yours must have been a great pleasure. Not many people in the world has such an exposure and everything. So it'll be very interesting to know from you that in your journey, your lifespan so far, and we wish you a very long, healthy life after this. What has been 1 or 2 of your very interesting exposure? For example, Italy is a very rich country. The whole Roman civilization and also the pre-Roman civilization. And I have studied personally a bit of Etruscan and Roman civilization and Greco-Roman. So, how much of that really influenced you, or it did not influence you? Maybe 2, 3 words we'd like to hear from you, and what new things you picked up in Germany. Just very, very small description. If it's not
I think your questions is about what are the 1, 2, 3 things that I'm carrying with me that I learned by actually moving, by being, let's say, a nomad in the 21st century.
That's very bad. A designer has to be a nomad.
Absolutely.
Designer has to,
I agree. I think one major characteristic that I bring with me is actually this nomadic interest, this nomadic mindset of exploring, adventuring. And I mentioned 3 countries where I lived, but I also been in Nepal, in China, in Iceland, in Africa, in Japan. And every time I go in, I'm missing India. I need to. I think we discuss with the guys here that we need to find a way to meet in person in India, because that's another.
So Dr. Shahid and Dr. Mrinal is going to invite you to
Yeah,
Pune
yeah.
very soon.
Definitely, sir.
I had a friend.
And whenever
I
you are
have a
doing that,
friend.
please tell me. I'll come down. I'll come over.
Oh, sir.
And
I'll
now
come
we
over.
we should
Because I'm
definitely
also a
do that.
nomad. You know, I have traveled a bit like you. You know.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, and I have a friend from India, a very good friend, and he's studying in Italy. I met him in Germany. He was doing a project there as well, and yes, yeah, I need to. I'm very fascinated from and by the Indian culture, and that's something you need to be to be fascinated by different culture. That's something I guess we need to have as a designer, architect, management, and trying also to understand to be a guest when you go in new countries, because you are new there. You need to adapt, and rather than asking other to adapt to yourself, and that give you open your mind, and then you can bring those differences, but you need to be active in that.
Wonderful. I think so. Very important points. Opening up your mind, a mind ready for adaptation, and creating very soft defenses. The way you do the assimilation. I think these are three excellent points which can get into the vocabulary of retrofuturism of skills. I think, yeah. So since we have two very young and very dynamic panelists here also, so I like to know, because I know a little bit about Dr. Shahid, but I don't know much about Professor Minal Palve. So I'd like to hear from you, Professor Palve, and very quickly, in a very small way, 2-3 sentences about what has been the journey in your life, and what has been the experience, which has made you rich. Yeah.
Well, journey about my life, you said, sir?
Yeah, as a designer, as an architect. Yeah. Okay. If you can mention one or two rich experiences, if you can. Yeah.
Yes, sure, sir. Well, I started my journey in 2006 when I completed my bachelor's, and basically I wanted to like start my own practice, but before that I wanted to do some like hands-on training under some architect's office. So I did worked on Science and Technology Center for Aditya Birla Groups, and it was a huge project, and I had a great experience working in that project. And gradually I worked on so many projects, like commercial projects and residential projects, and thought of like giving this knowledge in academics, sharing my thoughts in academics. So I thought to join academics, and even in my professional journey, I started teaching my juniors. So that's how my journey started to join into the academics field. So that's how I learned.
Yeah, just one quick thing. I mean, that science and technology project of Aditya Birla Group, did you ever get a chance to design any museum or some spaces which had art retrofittings or craft work or something like that?
Yes. Well, in that project, there was one project which was a pilot plant, which is a very technical building where all the research has been conducted with respect to the products that they are producing, that company is producing, may it be cement, may it be cloth, anything like fabric. So that was challenging to convert the technological part into a design, that too with some additional things, which is like some chemicals that we have to like
that's
the
very
services
important.
part that was
so it had workshop elements and getting exposure to the hardware and the software and the resources of making. That's wonderful. I mean, I know Dr. Shahid personally, but I still, for the sake of the public, I'd like to have some very quick things about Dr. Shahid's exposure on the way. Maybe 2-3 words about your course of life and one or two things that you recall has connection with this conference?
So I am contemporary to Minal ma'am, and at the same time in 2006 I finished my BH, and then I started to work in an architectural firm. And after 2-3 years, like I felt that I am a failure as an architect. So I should do something in which I can do better. So I joined IIT Kharagpur for my master's, and Professor Tarak Majumdar, he was like a guru for me, because he, by kicking me, he taught me that who I am and where I should belong. So he just threw me in the lap of Professor Joyson for my PhD. And then Professor Joyson nurtured me as a researcher.
Don't say that.
And sir, but this is truth. And the way Professor Joyson, the first day I remember, sir said, "What is research? It is like playing guitar or some musical instrument. Every day you do some practice of sargams, next day mama. So one day you will come to know that automatically your finger is moving on the guitar. You are not playing sa or ga or ma. It is automatically happening. And after a few years, I am feeling, sir, the same thing, that in the research field, things automatically come to your mind. You don't need to think much. So
Yes,
that is
yeah, because it is a discovery. Very well said, Dr. Rahmat. It's a discovery of the knowledge which is already there within the human being, but we need an external environment to
that's
bring
true, sir.
that
Stimulation, and that is called guru.
Yeah, that's so you are your own guru, you're your own guide, and yeah. So with this, we move on to the next question.
Sir, there is one small announcement.
Yeah.
Professor Martia needs to leave in 10 minutes.
Okay, so we'll do it quickly. So can we finish this in 10 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah, because after this, so I think I have a second question which goes like this, which says that, like to hear from Professor Martia that fresh changes in design, education, and curriculum. So Professor Martia, can you suggest one thing that you like to see with the beginners? Yeah, I mean, something based on your very long experience and emerging as a scholar.
Yeah. One thing to what Shahid said before, it's it requires a lot of courage to recognize that something you're good at, but you're not enjoying anymore, and then you need to change. And that is very important to be it's a skill to be able to recognize that not many people have. You can of course nurture that skill of understanding when one thing is okay, but you need to change, and that change, that pivot is very important. I was reading a book that I finished last week called Range, which we don't need to specialize in something at a very early stage in our life. We can and this actually could answer a little bit of your questions, having building a curriculum depending on which level of the education, but still until high school or university, you can have a curriculum that let students, people explore as much as possible of what is out in the world, and let them explore this, so they can get experience of this and then make their choice on what they want to specialize. But really, don't start at 2 years old and you won't be a oh my gosh, a cricket player. You don't want to be a bat, because that's what your parents told you, and then you need to dedicate your time on that. Maybe you are not good at that, but that experience of trying and do something and the learning that you bring that to the next, whatever is going to be next steps in your life, those are priceless, because no one can give you that. So this is having a curriculum that are broad enough that can give students the possibility to explore as much as possible, and then get experience from all these different fields or, you know, subjects.
Wonderful. I think that's a great answer. And you took clues from Dr. Shahid's preceding, you know, comments. I think we'll just spend 5 more minutes and we are done. So that takes us to a rich variety, which you have already said, Professor Matia, is that because a lot of students have, you know, left brain and right brain tendencies.
Yeah.
Shahid has a very strong left brain in analytics, econometrics, you know, working with R, you know, working with different algorithms and things like that. You know. So architects work mostly with the left brain. So there are people, you know, that or that, and they sort of shuttle, and then they leave architecture. They go to medicine or maybe you know, civil engineering, surveying or something like that. How do you react? So there is a problem because we try to impose a homogeneous education. And so can you have a very quick answer on this? Also a bit, a very rich scholar of your own kind. So what range of choices you like to see in the coming 5 to 10 years? What is expected?
In what terms, sorry?
In teaching, for example, in colleges, in institutions.
I think the question is a bit broad in terms of, there's a lot that can, you know, there are a lot of perspective that this question can be seen.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
You know, the right, left, top, bottom.
Yeah, right, left. Yeah, Professor Goodman just talked about engagement versus autonomy. You know, yeah. So he was talking about yeah.
Exactly. That's quite an interesting point, and thank you for bringing that up. You know, that I actually take that to share my my thought on this, and this aspect of you know, when you go into school, whether school is again elementary or university, not that much PhD or even master by research, but just a normal master topic, assignment, course. You know, the teacher say this is what you're gonna do, and that's the assignment you're gonna. So even, I guess, give more responsibility to the student would be very interesting in terms of when we go into the industry, you know, practice, you know, in industry in terms of academia or industry as in organizations. We need to be responsible, and we also to share that responsibility with the team. So trying also to teach more soft skills and just hard skills, and be more of a person than a machine. You know, you've been told this and you do that and you do your homework, you know. But
very well said.
That freedom, autonomy, David mentioned before, that those are interesting to kind of integrate into the curriculum.
Great. I think imparting freedom and how we develop mechanisms to do that is a very, I think, thank you. I think that was a very well said. You know, I mean, it's a lot of good stuff in what you said. Last question. You know, today, I mean, about 25 years back in India, the creative industries, the cultural industries were not heard of. You know, I came back from 2005 Bilbao conference when I talked about creative economy. You know, everybody looked at me with awe. What is creative economy? Today, after 20 years, we have media, we have art, we have craft industries, we have industries down the thing. So one point of creative industries, and that's the last question to you. And with this, Professor Palve, we end this panel discussion, is that one very important thing is to get the professors in practice, you know, the man on the stone, the man behind the camera, the man with the brushes, the man with the Illustrator software, you know, the man with the GIS skills working on visual graphics. So, and the people who are actually there in the studio, out in the field. So it's very important to get them occasionally, you know, just not once a semester, but maybe twice or thrice a semester. I mean, how do you react to that? I mean, just a quick reaction.
Yeah, no, I think it's important. It's funny on way. So what also what we discussed before, what we chat before. One thing is mentioning those elements, but then the other question is how can we make those in practice? How can we make students more responsible of their work, more responsible and co-creating a curriculum, for example. How can we make that possible? And today is, it's very important to give to students a sense, a flavor of what the industry is like. So as you said, professor in practice, I agree with you. It's important to have them come in, and do 1, 2, 3 lectures, or maybe even, build whether it is, an architect course or design course, but build also the project for that year with a design studio or with a architecture studios. So there is that, back and forth, and that relations between the students and the professor in practice, as you call that. So it can, this might help students be more ready for the industry.
Yeah, someone like you, I mean, you're traveling from Italy to Germany to Australia to Japan. Japan is a very favorite country of mine, and I've been there 6 or 7 times. And,
yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's awesome. Exactly. That's the word to describe Japan. So I think this has been a wonderful session with you. Mattia, this is from Joy. You have kept the session very lively, very significant, and you made it meaningful. And it was very pure because the answers came straight from your life, straight from your experience, straight from your wisdom, and straight from your exposure to countries across the world, which is very rich for a designer. So with this, it's my pleasant duty to offer you pranam on behalf of Symbiosis University of Skills, and on behalf of the Design Forum Fraternity of India, and especially the 2 wonderful souls present here, Professor Minal Palve and Professor Shahid Rahmat. And so with this, on my part, and I can call this panel closed, and I give it back to Professor Minal to say the concluding few words, and then I think you have a rush. I think you have to go somewhere and join.
Yeah. So Professor Mattia is in rush. So any questions from the audience? If you have,
any questions? Yeah, there's still 40 people. Yeah, which is good. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, in the meantime, that someone, if they have any questions or something, they can type. I really want to thank you, Joy, for
thank you
holding this informal. I like that you call it informal. So it's informal panel because it's as you said, this gives the opportunity to share experience outside also the topic, and can bring more of information and the reasons why we're here. So thank you much for
thank you. I mean, this is what Professor Albert Einstein used to do in Princeton University, is to go under a mango tree with his cup of coffee and have a class there. In India, Adda, ADDA.
Absolutely. So we should do something like that in person.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So let Shahid and Minal invite you, and we'll have coffee and tea sessions under the tree in Pune.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
I look forward to that, and thank you so much, Shahid.
Thank you so much. Really, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
No, my pleasure. And again,
it's our pleasure.
Shahid and Minal, thank you so much for inviting me, and it's great to work again. This is the second time we work together, so it's fascinating to be able to to be part of your project, and if I can support a great and lively team is something I'm very keen to do it. So thank you so much again, and yeah, all the best.
Thank you, Professor Mattia, for joining us And thank you, Joyson sir.
Thank you
for being here.
Awesome.
For being with me every time when I need you.
And it's always a pleasure. And Mattia, when I see people like Shahid and Minal, I've just come to know about her. I feel very proud because I can see the next generation shining like twinkle, twinkle little stars in the sky.
Absolutely, absolutely. I completely agree with you.
And I feel very hopeful.
And also we have Payalo, so that he's gonna be another talent here. So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Stay safe, be well.
Yeah, everyone.
I can see Payal here, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bye. See you.
Bye.
Thank you, Payal, for introducing Mattia to us.
My pleasure, ma'am.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. So here we conclude the conference. We would like to thank Chancellor of Symbiosis Skills and Professional University, Dr. S.B. Mujumdar sir, Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Swati Mujumdar ma'am, and Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ashwini Kumar Sharma sir, for their continuous support. I would like to convey our thanks to conference convener, Dr. Gauri Shurkar ma'am, for her continuous encouragement and support throughout the conference. Thanks to Architect Habib Khan sir, Honorable President, Council of India, Dr. David Goodman sir, keynote speaker for the valedictory session, Dr. Joyson sir, conference mentor, and he was always involved throughout the conference and made this conference lively and a great success. Our eminent speakers and session chairs, Professor Jay Thakkar sir, Architect Paru Zaveri ma'am, Professor Heiko Vasilius sir, Architect Atif Sayed sir, Professor Mattia Vetterillo sir. I, on behalf of SAUDP, would like to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. Our conference co-convener, Dr. Shahid Ahmed sir, myself, Architect Minal Palve, our conference team, Architect Mihir Vakharia sir, Engineer Sushant Magdum sir, Architect Payal Gulane ma'am, and all the staff members of SAUDP. Our student coordinators, without whom this conference wouldn't have been a great success, Priti Duseja, Sanviti Shetty, Tanya Singh, Rajdani, Sarup Sutar. Last but not the least, all the participants from all over India and my dear students, thank you so much for being here for this conference, to make this conference a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.